Okay, so officially welcome, Sally. Thanks for joining this afternoon.
Thank you.
So you had a little concern around money, finances, possibly being ripped off, this kind of thing arising.
Mm,
I just said, and you said, what's all that? What's going on there? Uh,
mm,
and how do you process it? So uh, the ego is very cunning and devious. If you hadn't realized by now. It's always trying to get you to believe in this world and in the limitations of this world in some way, shape, or form. So this is just a new version of that game going on. So it's now brought up, money, financial. People are going to take money. Money represents our security in this world. So it's ultimately a false idol. We have to have some of it generally if you're going to function, but it's the attachment to money that's the problem. It's that attachment that's then coming into awareness for you. If there's a fear, any kind of fear of loss, losing this money, of being scammed. Maybe there's a feeling of not being. You mentioned you weren't quite sure, what's happening, and understanding this whole world. There's also an inadequacy coming up as well. Fear of unworthiness, fear of loss, sacrifice. These are all stocks in trade of the ego. So as those beliefs arise, you can observe them. Really, it's just very helpful to see them for what they are. This is just a part of this thought system of separation that the ego specializes, another version of it. And it doesn't really matter what the trigger is. It's the same. This is what Yesh is trying to train us to see. It's all the same. Anything that's not pure formless awareness of perfect love is, by definition, separation from that. So it's another seeming justification for the continuing separation from pure formless awareness of perfect love in your mind. And if you see it as that, okay, just another version of the same game. Okay, I get it. It's all the same. The ego's always just trying another trick to hook you in, and then you can have a little laugh about it and go, okay, well, you nearly got me there. Well, you kind of got me for a bit, but I've seen through the game now, so I'm just not going to play it. I'm going to be aware that my thoughts and emotions about this are being directed by the ego in this moment. And the moment you have that realization, you can change. You can decide to change it. Say no, 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 no. I'm not going there. That's a limiting thought. That's a fearful thought. Does that thought make me happy? And then you could do a Byron Katie work on it. Just do I know that's true? No, probably not. It's a assumption. There's opinion. You're surmising. And can you absolutely know that it's true? Those are the first two questions in a work process. Can you absolutely know? No, you can't. It's just opinion and conjecture. And this is how fear works. There's nothing often solid. It's just, I feel this, and then emotion comes up. And there's nothing solid to it. It's just a misperception based on flimsy evidence, false evidence appearing real. And then false expectation appearing real. Now that's the acronym for fear. So once you start looking at all of that really objectively, okay, really, is this justifiable at all to continue to harbor these kinds of thoughts and emotions? Not really. It's clearly a setup by the ego. It's clearly very flimsy evidence. It's not helpful at all. It's not really serving any purpose. Worry about anything serves no purpose other than to deny the truth of who you are. So once you see through that game, you can just make a decision. Heaven is the decision I must make. There's your correction for today. Heaven is the decision I must make. And remember, heaven is the state of pure formless awareness. So that's available to you right now. Heaven is not some imagined future state that one day I'll get there. Heaven is the decision I make right now. So that awareness I allow into my awareness right now. And that awareness just in that there's no fear. Fear doesn't exist in that. So you bring it to the truth through applying the lesson. Find that happier state, that transcendent state. It may not be perfect bliss, but you're going in that direction. There's a calming and a healing of the mind, and those thoughts and emotions just dissipate. And if you do that repeatedly on the issue, using the lesson, you could work through it with one of the other processes, the instrument for peace. Could work 10-step process. Work it through that. If it's persistent, it's not going, but maybe just talking about it now and doing a meditation on it, applying the lesson to it will do the trick. But it'll go if you just keep working. Okay, awareness. Remember, 2 steps: awareness and then letting go. Awareness. Okay, I'm aware of it. So right. Okay, understand what it is. There's some kind of awareness of what it is, why it is, what the ego is really doing, and then second step, I'm gonna let it go. And just release, find that peace that passes all understanding, and if it returns, you repeat the dose. Just keep doing it, and the ego can't really sustain it against that kind of awareness. The 2-step, it's a double whammy, like in boxing. The left jab opens it up. That's the awareness, and then the right jab, the right hook comes in. That's the letting go. That's like, okay, you're out of here. And if you keep doing that, it's got to go down. It can't really sustain. It works on unawareness. So if you're not aware of what's going on, and it just likes dealing with these kind of vague thoughts and emotions. And anxiety is it's one of those really pernicious emotions, isn't it? Because you can't really put your finger on it and go, oh, it's just kind of this vague sense of disease going on, all the time, and underlying all of your thoughts. Probably the modern disease, really, this kind of underlying anxiety that so many people feel all the time. So the way you deal with it is just bring it into full awareness, and make it, say, okay, well, I'm anxious because I'm thinking about this situation in this way. And that instrument for peace worksheet could be quite helpful, because it asks you to really lay it out. It's okay, so what am I thinking, what am I feeling, what am I believing? So you make it really conscious, and then it's not some vague anxiety that you can't really deal with. It becomes quite specific, related to this particular situation of the money and credit cards and whatever, and then you collapse it. So this is the helpful thing with the Holy Spirit. It helps us to collapse the general ego thought system, the thought system of separation, in specific instances, which is how we learn this. Because if it's too generalizable, like, oh well, what do I actually work on here? So it comes in these specific waves of an issue comes up, and then it's really the same thought system, but it's just applied in different ways. And so this becomes how we learn our lessons, the specifics, and then we learn to generalize the lesson to each situation. It's the same lesson always. It's the same approach. It doesn't matter what the apparent difficulty is or problem is. There's only one answer to this, and that's how we transfer from the specific to the general. So eventually this becomes like, I know that this thought system is true in all respects, all the time. It always works, and I don't make exceptions in applying it. And that's what we're here to learn. And so if the ego gives you another angle, that's actually really good. So do you see how the process works? It's revealing itself. It's like, oh, okay, so we'll try something else, because we're really not wanting to. Okay, we'll try that angle then. So try the financial angle. Okay, oh, that seems to be working. Okay, so let's carry on. Let's juice that a bit. This is the way it works, without telling you, but this is what's going on in the subconscious. So bringing it into conscious awareness and saying, okay, I see the game. I see, okay, it's just another angle. But in revealing itself on this other angle, it's like, oh, okay, so that's another instance where it can get you. So now you get the opportunity to heal that. So, okay, so that's another crack. Go on. Ultimately, you're not allowing the ego any space in your thought system. So all of these little chinks and cracks in your, the armor of truth are just being systematically mended and fixed, and to use an analogy, so that ultimately it's an impenetrable, invulnerable thought system. The ego has no way in there. That's the enlightened state, where you're just so rooted in your presence, and you've applied, this thought system so consistently over so many years that really nothing can disturb your peace. Nothing can get through you anymore. So that's what we're working with, or working towards. So when
Yeah.
something like this comes up, that's good. You go, oh, that's good. So another little crack showing itself. Okay, so I can heal that today, not in the future. Heaven is a decision I must make now. So I make the decision for heaven now in this specific instance. So it's applying the general state of heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love, to the specifics. And that's how this course works. So it's actually pretty practical, because you're dealing with these specifics, and then the Holy Spirit gives you the guidance on how to deal with the specifics. So ultimately, you generalize the lesson to everything, and ultimately you learn, yes, there is only heaven, there is only pure formless awareness of perfect love, and I rest in that. And I've learned that finally.
That's really interesting. Yeah, because really for me, it was just a very general slight anxiety of seeing people around me being frauded or having their information taken, and calling the police and getting things done. And I was kind of observing it, just feeling slightly uncomfortable with it all. But you've kind of narrowed it down to, it's like a boxing ring where you hit it with one thing, then you hit it with another until it's gone. Makes sense to me that, I've done some EAM clearing on it. I didn't do the instrument of peace. That would have been handy. And then just keep doing it until that vague feeling of discomfort goes. Like you say, it doesn't matter what the subject is, does it? It's just that feeling that you're a separate being and you're in danger. So yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, and by making it specific, this is the genius of the course. So he's working with specifics to generalize the lesson. So the ego got nowhere to hide if you're willing to really just look at it. So, okay, so let's look at the situation honestly, without hiding anything. Okay, so what's really going? Yeah, okay, so there's some general vague anxiety. Okay, but let's like dig into that. Don't just leave it there. What is that vague anxiety? Okay, well, this is actually, it's not really about the situation. It's more a general anxiety about the world. The world feels unsafe. I feel like I'm inadequate to deal with it. I'm maybe feeling, not able to cope with all of these apparent threats that are out there. Maybe finances is an issue for you. I don't know. So, look at that. You bring it all into awareness. You go, okay, so let's really look. Let's dig under the hood here and see what's really going on. And then you see that it's just this general thought system of anxiety, fear, scarcity, loss, the separate self, the victim. It's all there, the core of it. And so you see the belief. That's the use of the usefulness of the instrument for peace worksheet, is you dig into core belief and you go, oh, okay, so there's the core belief. I must be believing X about myself. Oh, okay, so I've hit another core belief. That's really useful. And then you make it all conscious. And by making it conscious, that's step one. You already, the ego's been exposed. Well, how can you continue to believe in it fully if it's been exposed, if you see what it's doing? And then the letting go becomes quite easy. Like, okay, well, I can just see through this. It's false. This belief is false. The whole chain of thought, perception at the top, then thought, then emotion, underneath that, then emotion, then thought, then belief. All of this is false. And when you've really seen that, and forgiveness or letting go is just seeing the falsity of something clearly, and almost the letting go becomes inevitable. Then, like, well, why would, if I really see its falsity, so okay, I see it again. How can I really hold on to that belief? It's immediate. It's just dropped away, isn't it? Let me share my screen here quickly. I'll show you this diagram again. So this is the instrument for peace worksheet. So I have to say, I didn't really work with it for years, but in the last 6 months, it's like, oh, this is actually a really useful tool. I'm really seeing the value of it because people are using it and getting benefits. So, and the theory behind it is solid. This is a solid theory of mind illustrated in this diagram. So you have a vague perception. When I think about, do you want to do it now? We can just pop verse 5.
When I think about
work through it. When I think about
feeling insecure around money.
Insecure around money. Do you want, I mean, you might want to name the specific situation and being defrauded.
Yeah.
If you want to say that. So the more specific you are, the better. That's perception. Okay, so that's a situation that you seem to be dealing with. I feel
scared.
Yeah. Anything else?
Insecure. Hate.
Wow. Okay. Hatred. Anger.
No, I can't feel that one. Well, something just came and went. What was it? I don't know. No, that's enough for now. Scared.
Irritation.
Hatred. Irritation.
Like, oh, another thing I've got to deal with. Frustration.
Well, actually, it's annoyed. So yeah, probably is
Annoyed.
anger that I'm just not admitting. Yeah. Annoyed.
Yeah. I mean, Yesha does
irritated.
say
Irritated.
A tiny bit of irritation is actually a cover of intense rage.
Oh God, yeah, it's irritated, yeah.
Because it's the top of the iceberg of the ego. And then underneath that is this whole thought system of guilt and sin and fear and attack that's lying under the surface. So you're only seeing the 10%. I'm a little bit irritated, but underneath the irritation is seething rage at the separation, and I'm so unfairly treated and all of that. So he's saying, look, don't just let these little things go. Like, really look at them.
Yeah. First.
You need to become aware. So you're scared, insecure, hatred, annoyed, or irritated, if you prefer.
Yeah.
So pretty much. Is there really a difference between irritated and annoyed? I'm not sure. They're pretty much saying the same thing, aren't they? Scared, insecure, hatred, irritated, and anything else? Frustrated?
No. You can obviously feel it, can't you? And I'm going, no.
Well, irritation, there's not much difference between irritation and frustration. Those are very simple.
I suppose frustrated because it's a subject that has lurked for a long time. So yeah.
Well, and anything else?
No, that's enough.
Yeah, I think that's enough to deal with.
Because I think that I'm to blame.
Yeah, or shall we just name it as, because it's done in the Sally is to blame. So you're looking at yourself objectively. It's the character. Okay, so Sally.
I'm afraid that.
Because I'm afraid that.
I will lose all I've got.
I'll lose all what money I've got, or possessions, or
possessions. Money and possessions.
Yeah. So the more specific you are, the better, generally.
Money and house.
All the money and possessions, including my house.
So these thoughts prove I'm right, that I am it's funny, it keeps coming and going, it's changing. Naive. I believe I'm naive.
Yeah. Incapable, maybe?
Yeah. Unaware.
Incapable, inadequate, maybe?
Yeah.
Naive, incapable, inadequate, and you've got to put in vulnerable there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And vulnerable to
attack.
Yeah. Vulnerable to attack and loss.
Yeah.
So that's your belief in lack, stated very clearly there. And what I want and expect is for, so this is the ego's desire. What I wanted or expected is for desired action, situation, or event. So this is the ego's attempt to try and fix it on the level of form. What does your ego want in the situation?
I was going to say, to be safe, but that doesn't, the ego doesn't really want to be safe, does it?
Well, it'll tell you that. It's a lie, but is to feel safe and
secure.
Safe and secure, and not have scammers in the world, not have scammers in my life, not
to have evil people around.
Okay. So
people with evil intent.
have people with evil intentions in the world. Okay, so a bit of expectation there. Feel safe and secure, and in order to do that, I want not to have evil people with evil intentions in the world, which is then pushing the problem out there and saying something needs to change on a world level, which is an impossible demand. There will always be scammers in the world. That's just how the world's set up. Nothing much has changed over centuries and centuries. People have been stealing money and assets for forever and ever. It's one of the oldest games in human history. So that's not really realistic, is it?
No.
So if you look at all of that and you take it through the we won't necessarily go through the whole thing now. Maybe just read the first one. So you can just state it very clearly. When I think about
feeling insecure around money and being defrauded, I feel scared, insecure, hatred, irritated, and frustrated because I think Sally is to blame, and I'm afraid that I'll lose all the money, possessions, including my house, in the future. Shall I carry on?
So there you stated. Let me just fix this. I'll lose all my money. So right there, anything possessive, my money, my house, there's a separate self coming in there. It's identified with an illusion. Yeah, I mean we've got a bit of time, so just read through this and finish it, and then I'll email it to you. You can work with this obviously after the session as well.
Thank you. Thinking about feeling insecure around money and being defrauded, feeling scared, insecure, hatred, irritated, and frustrated, blaming Sally, fearing I'll lose all my money and possessions, including my house, prove I'm right, that I am naive, incapable, inadequate, and vulnerable to attack and loss. I do not like how I feel, so I'm ready to consider the possibility that the way I perceive this is not the way it really is. As part of the healing process, I am willing to look beyond my perception of this upset, the meaning that I've given it, and look within my mind.
Okay, making sense.
Yeah. I want to learn that there is a way I can, without guilt, see the part I play in thinking about feeling insecure around money and being defrauded, feeling scared, insecure, hatred, irritated, and frustrated, blaming Sally, and fearing that I'll lose all my money and possessions, including my house. I release my wanting to be right about my perception of all this, thinking and feeling insecure around money and being defrauded, feeling scared, insecure, hatred, irritated, and frustrated, blaming Sally, fearing I'll lose all my money and possessions, including my house, proving that I am naive, incapable, inadequate, and vulnerable to attack and loss. I want instead to be happy through the ego distorted thinking, seeing I perceive the cause of my upset and its resolution as outside my mind. This projection seems very real, and its purpose is to distract my mind from looking within. If the cause of my upset and its resolution were outside my mind, I would in fact be powerless to change the state of my mind. My use of projection, seeing outside what I don't want to see within, is why I seem powerless, and why Sally, and fearing I'll lose all my money and possessions, including the house, seems to be the cause of my upset. Thinking about feeling insecure around money and being defrauded, feeling scared, insecure, hatred, irritated, and frustrated, blaming Sally, fearing I will lose all my money, possessions, including my house, result from the belief that I am naive, incapable, inadequate, and vulnerable to attack and loss. I am only upset at someone or something when they mirror back to my mind a belief which I have denied from awareness. When I blame or fear something in the world, it is to avoid seeing the upset and resolution as they really are, a decision in my mind, and to instead maintain an image of self, other, or the world as I wish. This mind trick seems to displace guilt and fear, but actually maintains feelings of upset. To blame or fear an image of self, other, or the world requires that I believe I am limited to a body in a world of bodies, and denies the spiritual aspect, abstract reality of my being. And as a first step in letting go of all upset, I want to see in my mind what I thought was outside of it, about being upset, feeling insecure around money and being defrauded, is only another attempt to make Sally and the future thought I will lose all my money and possessions, including my house, the cause of my guilt and fear. Upset seems valuable and justified when feeling insecure around money and being defrauded. Runs counter to what I really want. I expect to feel safe and secure and not have people with evil intentions in the world. I still believe that I am naive, incapable, inadequate, and vulnerable to attack and loss. So I think I need to feel safe and secure and not have people with evil intentions in the world. To be happy, complete, and at peace. Is this belief in lack and the resulting expectation more important to me than peace of mind? No. Everything in the world works together for my good. What I think is the cause of my upset is not the cause at all. The choice to be upset is a choice not to see the cause, my belief in separation and lack, as a present decision in my mind. It's an attempt to see the cause in the past and future, in the present as its effect. What I want right now, above all else, is peace. Yes, I do. So I question the belief that I am naive, incapable, inadequate, vulnerable to attack and loss. Yeah, I don't believe that now. And I voluntarily let go of the desire to feel safe and secure and not have people with evil intentions in the world in order to reconnect with my one goal, which is peace. Peace of mind is a present decision which I gratefully choose right now. Guilt and fear of consequences only seemed possible because I was determined to hold on to a belief in the past and future cause. I let go of the meaning I gave to the past and future and opened my mind to the present, absolved and innocent. I'm grateful for the realization that the cause of my upset, which I thought was in the world, was actually only an unquestioned belief and decision in my mind. I have decided anew for my peace of mind. I have. I have. It's powerful. And it's really helpful doing it with you guys. It's really helpful that you put the words in, because you took the words that extra step that I wouldn't have gone to. Yeah.
You got to name it, you see. So the beauty of this is you naming the ego's game. You're saying this is what it's doing, and laying it all out in this very clear way.
It feels like an illusion now, when before I was a little bit attached to it.
Yeah, and so you just pop the bubble, don't you? It's like, oh, okay, just pop that bubble and see that it is just a dream. This is crazy, and it doesn't make any sense when you lay it all out like this. And then they take you through, okay, let's drill down. Really what you're doing through this worksheet is drilling down through these layers to get to the desire or prayer of the heart, and you're changing that at the core of it. Instead of saying, the ego is saying, well, I want to feel safe and secure in the world, and I don't want to have people with evil intentions, which of course is ridiculous. That's never going to work. You're asking for the entire world. Suddenly everyone in the world is going to be good guys, and they're going to be no scammers. I mean, that's just never been the case in human history, ever. There's always been people who are out to scam and steal, and because that's just part of the ego. So that's totally unrealistic. That's never going to happen in the world. But what you can do is make the decision for peace, which is the only way out of the distress, which is what it's taking you to in the end. I choose peace instead of this. I don't want any of this, any of these beliefs, and yeah, I can just drop it. I don't have to think the thoughts. I don't have to feel the emotions. None of this. I mean, when you lay it out like this, does any of this serve you? Does any of it add any value? Does it actually prevent you from getting scammed and defrauded? No, not in any way, shape, or form. In fact, the more you dwell on being scammed and defrauded, the more likely you are to be scammed and defrauded. We know that's how it works because that's your fear. And the more you think about something, the more you dwell on that, the more you bring it into manifestation in the illusion. So, what you resist persists. Thinking about, oh, I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this over and over again. Well, guess what? You're going to get it because that's what you're actually thinking about. So this just helps you to collapse the whole dysfunctional pattern by just seeing it for what it is. Okay, this is just crazy illusion and it doesn't make any sense. It's really just being used to perpetuate this ridiculous ego thought system. And at the core of it, you're feeling weak and vulnerable. So I'm not pure formless awareness of perfect love. I'm not all powerful. I'm quite weak, little, incapable, inadequate, vulnerable. So there's the self-image that the ego eagerly sponsors of being the victim, being a helpless, enervated little self that's trying to cope with the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in this world, as Shakespeare put it, and not really coping. And then anxiety seems to be justified because on the level of the world, you'll never be able to sort it out. You can never this objective, not have people with evil intentions in the world in order to feel safe, is impossible. That's never going to happen. So your only option is to chuck it out and say, well, I choose peace now, irrespective of whatever seems to be going on in the world and the scammers, and I choose peace anyway. And then you transcend needing for something to happen in the world.
That's hugely beneficial because that was an old childhood thing. That's what I grew up with. So that's huge.
Yeah, exactly. So then it brings into awareness this core belief, which you hit another core belief of the ego through the situation and let it go.
Yes, thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, any pleasure. I mean, it's very simple. It's just I'm just a scribe. I'm just writing down what you tell me. But the beauty of these processes, if you're rigorous about it, that you will get the benefit if you just work through it, because it's bringing the ego into awareness and helping you work through it through the process of the worksheet. So you've got to do it. It's very easy. Oh no, I got that covered, and then you don't do it, and then the process can't really be that effective if you don't actually go through it, because it's the awareness and the letting go. It's taking you through those two steps in the worksheet.
Yeah, it's amazing what kind of just is in your energy, and it just chugs along and it doesn't really bother me. It's not a big deal. But when you come down to that expectation, that's ridiculous. I've built my whole life on it. So yeah, it's like when Susie, you did it the other day, didn't you? It's like, wow, I was with you all the way. It's like, yeah, that's always there in your energy.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do here is make all of that conscious and release it. And so the scammers are your best friends. They've given you an opportunity to really release something in your energy. I mean, I've once been scammed in my life, and honestly, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I have to say, in hindsight, at the time, I had some forgiveness to do, but I needed a shift. I needed to shift out of an energy that I was in. It was very much like, okay, it's like get rich quick, and I'm gonna try and make stuff happen, and the scam came along to teach me that this wasn't the way. And it was almost like I consciously knew that. So it's almost like I allowed myself to be scammed because I had an idea that it was. But I went through with it anyway. And I asked myself, why did I do that? That was so stupid. But actually, it wasn't so stupid because I needed to have the experience of it in order to get the lesson. If I hadn't gone through the experience, I wouldn't have got the lesson. And I was in an energy pattern that wasn't really serving me. And that just went, okay, enough. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to make a change. I changed my mind and I started moving out of that, and I started becoming more authentic with myself, and I started moving more into like a genuine alignment with spirit. And, and then my life changed. So the scammer was really helpful. He was there exactly to teach me the lesson I needed to learn at that point in my life. And yeah, so it cost me 10,000 rand, but that's that's a cheap lesson to change your life and really move out of it. Okay, well, I'll pay the price. That's fine. That was just the financial cost of that lesson. And the spirit made a plan to recover the money as well. So in another way. So you got to go. It's actually really helpful. These people are really helpful to me if I can just see that and not misperceive it through the ego. The scammers are there to show you your own illusions and help you to let go of them.
I love that. Scammers are my best friends.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean you give them all your money. Like, be sensible, but learn the lesson from them, because that's what it's there for. And then you'll be invulnerable to them. If you've really learned the lesson, just be like, they won't be in your energy anymore, because
that's true, isn't it? Yeah, it just wouldn't happen again, would it?
They'll just disappear because they're not required. I was listening to Carol Howard. Carol Howard, she's a US teacher, and she was saying when she was starting off with the course years ago. She's quite a new student, and there was this boy who used to come around. She had kids, and he used to climb over the back wall from the next door property where they lived, and he'd come and play. And he was a bit older. He was like 5 years older than her kids, and he was quite kind of rough and boisterous. So someone would inevitably get hurt, and there'd be tears, and what happens with kids. And she really just disliked him, and to the point that she was even contemplating moving. So we need to move house because this boy keeps coming over, and he's a real problem. And then she sort of said, hang on, let me apply this teaching in the course. And she really looked at her own beliefs. She went through a similar kind of process and went, well, why do I have such an aversion to the boy? And what she recognized was that she was saying to the boy subconsciously, well, you're too hard on my kids. And actually that was a mirror of her own belief that she'd been too hard on her kids, that she wasn't a good mother. She had guilt around that. She'd been too hard. She hadn't been loving enough. And when she brought it into awareness and she just dealt with it and said, no, that's really actually isn't true. I've been a really dedicated man. I've done my best. Sure, I might have made some mistakes, but I'm certainly not. I've never tried to harm them. I've only tried to do my best. She could forgive herself. She could drop the guilt. And she said the moment she did that, the boy stopped coming around. It's extraordinary. He didn't come anymore. He got busy with other stuff, and he didn't arrive, and he would go for months without seeing the boy because there was no longer a resonance, an energetic resonance for her. So the situation was not required anymore. The ego was using it to trigger that belief. When the belief was gone, then it was no longer necessary. So the safest way is to actually, forgiveness or letting go will keep you safe in this world, because you just won't attract all of the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that seem to come to punish you. You just, you're not in that vibration anymore. It's not required. So things can kind of just go along fairly smoothly. You can be in flow most of the time, and it's all good.
Wow, you just saved me a lot of money. I've been defrauded in the future. That's really cool.
Well, exactly. People say, oh, well, I can't afford, whatever. I mean, you're paying £50 a month. I can't afford this. But it's like, okay, well, if you don't train your mind, then the lesson can get very expensive. I know from personal experience. The scamming, the disasters happen in your life. It costs usually, there's a financial implication. So rather, like ongoing spiritual maintenance and spiritual gym, we call it, and just training your mind, it's a much more effective way than actually having to deal with quite harsh lessons sometimes, which often have a high cost mentally, emotionally, financially, physically, and so on. So a much better way. This way, remember, if you remember the masterclass, this is the way of mastery. Saying let's actually work on this consciously, systematically, progressively, train our minds, rather than waiting for life to come and hit us over the head with a baseball bat and then go, oh, what happened to me? Now I'm trying to figure out I'm down on the floor on my knees, like desperate, and now I've got to try and figure it all out and come up from that, that really desperate place. Rather just do it consciously, systematically, progressively. So you don't need to suffer greatly, but there's a little, whenever there's just even a minor, what Yeshua's trying to train us to do is a minor intrusion on your peace. And so he's saying, like, it's no big deal, but really look at it. Oh no, it is actually, because it's the underlying thought system that's the big deal. That's the ego, and that's the whole problem. So now that minor irritation or fear, anxiety is really symptomatic of this, much deeper block to the awareness of love's presence. It's the whole thought system. So now you get at it without having to suffer massively. I mean, it's just an uncomfortable feeling. Use it for your practice and release it. So you don't need. You need to become more sensitive to the minor things. That's what this is training you to do. The minor intrusions on your peace of mind, so that these are the canary in the coal mine. You don't have to go and have the whole disaster. It can just be, okay, there's a little warning sign there. Ego's giving it to you. Okay, great. I can learn from this and I can correct right now. I don't have to go massively off course. So many people have to go so off course that they're like smashing into barriers and hitting the wall, and they're going, oh, what the hell happened? Because they didn't listen to all of the warnings along the way. They would have got multiple warnings saying, okay, correct. No, I'm intent on driving head on into the wall, and then they have a smash and they wonder why. So this is much more intelligent. Just, okay, little anxiety, great. So you have a session, it's brought into awareness, you do a process, you read this afterwards, you clear it, and then, tomorrow it'll probably be gone. It'll be like, right, that's dealt with, processed, and you've just undone another layer of your ego. And, so that instead of that staying for years resident in your subconscious and maybe you're having to have a really painful lesson at some point to release it, as I did, you just released it now very easily and quickly. And then, so the Spirit's really looking out for you, saying, okay, we just need to deal with this, but I'll try and help you to deal with it in the best way possible, so this really doesn't cause you a lot of grief. And I guess that's what this program does. Just if you show up, you get these. I mean, we didn't plan this; it just happens, because that's what happens when you put yourself in the field of transformation. Okay, so I'll send that to you right now, in fact. So just saved it, so you can have a look at it and work with it as you want to. Read it again and file it away. And so if ever the issue comes up again, you've got the worksheet. Oh, okay, that old chestnut again. All right, let's have a look at it again, and just if the ego tries to have another crack at it, you've got it filed away, and you keep it in your. And then in the second time around, you might collapse it in 5 minutes. You just have to bring the worksheet up and read it for a few minutes, and it's gone. So. Where are we? Processes and sessions. There we go. Sally. So quite a few people have actually done this. There's 5 people so far done this. There we go. Okay. So there you've got that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else got anything else to share? How you, Susie? Nice to see you again.
Yeah, I'm glad I met. What was that? Sorry.
I said welcome back to the room.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I made it. I just got in, but I only missed about 5 minutes of you. But it was really interesting to hear, like you said, Sally. It's really profound, I think, and I'm loving how you're talking about the ego as it is, because it has been up and down. It is seeing everything. So for me, I think I've had a lot of, I'm realizing I've got really sloppy thinking. So it's really good to be here, because my thinking is really just, it's like I've been here time and time again, but I've said to you before, Jono, this one-stop shop where you can just get everything in just, you're sending reminders constantly, you're there. But I'm realizing how my thinking is really sloppy in places, but it's good to have these tools and techniques. And obviously you did it with me last week, and then watching Sally go through it, and that's your surname, Peace, has got to say it all. But it's really good to not only have experiences last week, but go through it. But I think the ego mind, the more that you're talking about it, I can really relate to it. And I like how you said that it's very vague. I'm very vague as well. I'll just pass on it. You know, it's like you can't hide here now. I can't pass on it. I've got to actually deal with it, because my thinking just gets more sloppy and sloppy, because I'm not even putting in the work. There's parts of you that deny. So I think it's really good. You know, but for me, I've noticed the ego and how I truly, it's like I want to believe it, because I've been there so many times with it, you know. But yeah, I love it. Definitely listen to this again, because it's you've got a lot, you know, a lot of content there.
I think it's useful to see other people doing a process. You know, you go, oh, okay, I can learn from that.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got the same issue, or just seeing a shift happening real time. I think it's quite inspiring. Wow, actually, you know, these beliefs, you can have an underlying anxiety for years and hear it in a few minutes. I mean, wow, is it that simple? Yes. If you've got a good process to bring it into awareness, let it go. So doing those 2 steps of letting go, then yes, you can. And you can see that happening real time for someone else. You know, oh wow, well, you know, if Sally can do it, I can do it. I've got the same access to the tools, and you know, if you can join the live sessions, then yeah, I mean, I'm just facilitating a process. If what's helpful is to run through that process like I did with you, Sally, this week, then you know that's what I'm going to do, because it's just what's helpful in the moment. Okay, so anything else to share? No, we'll have a little chat to John. How are you, John?
Hi, Jono. Hi, Susie. Hi, Sally.
Hi.
Yeah. Anything to share? Any thoughts?
I had an interesting experience the other day. Actually, I was playing golf with an old friend of mine, and it's maybe because we were just the 2 of us. But he said, "Oh well, what's this Course in Miracles, John?"
What did he say? Junk.
No, he said, "What's this Course in Miracles?"
Yes.
And we had a long conversation, and he asked lots of questions about it, actually. And
Okay.
it was yeah, I was in, I wasn't wanting to tell him about it. You know, it was his interest that was just emerging. And it's never, you know, I mean, I've known him for years, and suddenly he's asking a lot of questions.
Okay, well that's good, because when he's questioning, then obviously he's showing some openness and readiness. So
yeah,
invite him into the room. Invite him to join a session.
Yeah, well, if he's up for it, yeah.
Join a masterclass. I've got one happening this Sunday. So Sunday evening at 7 p.m.
I think also it's a kind of a thing that happens with blokes. I think if you get 3 or more together, they won't ask that sort of question. You know?
Yes,
unless they are deeply, you know, unless they are somewhat engaged in some form of spiritual endeavor. It's unlikely to happen. But I think on a one-to-one basis, when I have actually kind of nailed my colours to the mast, but then not kind of tried to be preachy about it, but just kind of made it somewhat clear where I'm at.
Then I think the best way is to share personal experience. You know, this is what I think. Someone's asking questions, you answer them from a personal experience perspective, and that's authentic and genuine. And you know, someone's either going to go, yeah, okay, that sounds interesting enough for me to take the next step, or they're not. You know, you're not trying to convert them and go, you know, oh no, you know, I've got another Course in Miracles convert under my notch. I mean, there's missionaries who were instructed to go out to Africa and various other places, and like, right, so you know, God wants you to convert everyone, and you're getting, you know, brownie points for heaven. This is not what we're trying to do at all. it's much more organic, and if there's an openness, if there's a willingness on the part of the person, then you just flow with that, and maybe just point them in the right direction. And you can show them the door, but it's up to them to walk through it.
Yeah.
So by all means, invite him. This is an open forum. If you want to invite anyone into any of these sessions, you're most welcome to do that. Any of the live sessions or the master classes, obviously a direct presentation, an intro into the whole thing, where you'll get this is actually what it's all about, and understand it. But some people have never done the masterclass, so it's fine. They just come into a session, and then I just say join the three-week free trial and dive in, and if they like it, they stick, and if they don't, then they don't. That's how it goes. I've learned to be quite detached about it all. It's like whoever's meant to be here will be here. So it might not be the right time for him. It might just be planting seeds. You don't know. He's not quite ready for it, but open it up, give him the invitation, and see what he does.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I shared your video to a few people the other day, because I think for me it's interesting that if you're asking the question of who I am and what, you can tell that do you know what I mean? Because I know that I've only started the Course in Miracles this year, as you know, but I do think if you're asking a lot of questions, I think it's a good. But I only gave it because I knew I'd asked the question about the ego, about the self-image, and I think a lot of people would be interested in that. So I know I've shared it at the weekend to a few, just to.
My answer to that in the session.
Yeah, and because I think it's because I'm a big believer that what I'm querying and what I'm asking, a lot of people would want to ask that too. It's just we're not aware of it sometimes. So I thought it was good, and I know I've shared it with I think it's the Scrabble bit where you said let it go, where you were giving me the answer. So I just said to people, I know it's long-winded, but sometimes you can get so much from it. That it's a question that I just asked, and I know that it may be of help, but it's what I'm into. So if because you never know, like you say, when you're speaking with others, you don't know if they're interested or they want to. Because people always say you're quite optimistic, and I want to know how you keep optimistic. And obviously, this is like one of the things now that I have, but probably there's something going off inside my own head. Because it's what's in here that's brought me here to you, to be fair, because it's a very it's full on sometimes, but the way you've just in a short space of time spoke about the ego and how I've been able to approach you and ask questions, it's really good. And I think a lot more people need to see that it's okay to talk about that part of your mind that never wants to stop and is trying to save you for dear life, but it's saving you from what? Saving you to cause more.
Saving you from its own imagined. Yes.
So I think if I find it, like I said, I find everything useful. So to me, I believe it's a good share. And I thought that if you're on Facebook, because I don't do Facebook and that much, but it's good to share, because I think that's where everybody tends to still go. I've had a lot of things brought down on it because of what you share or people don't see, but it is what it is. But stuff like this is really good, because people do want long conversations, be able to know that just listening though, Jono, everybody on here, it's so profound just in that,
Yeah. It's all just guided, really. I just followed the call, and Spirit seems to be going, okay, so we have a nice forum here, let's bring in whoever, and it's
same as your podcast the other day when you're talking through, you're just talking, I can hear you talking away, then you say, I've got the gift of the gab, but it's fantastic, because it's brilliant, because you are being you're being uniquely you, and just saying it as it comes, and that's how it rolls, that's how it does roll, and I like stuff like that, but mind you, I feel that I can go off on one sometimes, so I just get it, but it's great to see in that way, because it is who you are.
Yeah, and it just flows. That's not scripted. It's just, okay, well, we're gonna have a chat and let's see what happens, and it just goes. It's like,
But you know, I'm not saying you know that you're doing it, but because you're so much in your flow, you will say, I know I've got the gift of the gab, blah, 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 and you think it's true because you're just saying it. It's the truth of who you are, and just it's happening. So it's great.
yeah, it's quite funny, really. Yeah, so great. Share the stuff. Sally, actually, I'm gonna do something about your invitation to put something on that group, the spiritual meetup group, probably today or tomorrow for Sunday. So if you can share it on Facebook once I've done that, that'd be amazing. And let's try and get some interest, because I'm only running the masterclass once a month now, just to try and get more interest and more people there. Put it out there, share it. I'm going to post tomorrow. I'm going to post the podcast because it's actually officially published now on Spotify. So I'll post the link in my message tomorrow, so you can share that, because that's, I listened to it. I was like, okay, I can see that could actually be quite interesting, and there's a few gems in there that come in. So it's a nice intro for someone. Oh, okay, so who is this guy? What is he about? Listen to that. If actually, it's a good one to share, just to say, okay, well, this is, if anyone wants to know, well, who is this guy? What does he do? Then share the podcast, because that's quite a good intro from the horse's mouth as to what it's all about. And there's a sense of getting to know me as well. Just say, like, there's a kind of a unique flavor to the Pure Formless Awareness, shall we say? That's the everyone's got their way of putting it out there and doing it. So I think that comes through in the podcast. Okay. So yeah, John, anything else to share, or shall we dive into some practice?
No, that's good for me. Yeah.
Right. Let's have a look at the quote today. 25%. So if you can read the quote in the first paragraph for us, please, John.
Today's quote by you are heaven's Halley's comet. We have one shot at seeing you shine.
Yeah, I love that. It's just like so direct. It's like we have one, so make the most of it. The world is awaiting your brilliance. Halley's comet only comes around every 76 years. You know that? So it's like a once in a lifetime, that you're probably going to see Halley's comet. That's how it works. Interestingly, a little aside, apparently Mark Twain was born the year Halley's comet came, and he died the year Halley's comet came again. Just as a one famous reference to Halley's comet. I'm not sure why I shared that, actually. It's useless information, but anyway. All right. So the first paragraph.
Today's quote by American minister and author Max Lucado speaks about your higher purpose in the world, because when you choose heaven, which is one name for the transcendent reality that every authentic spiritual teaching points to as part of the Perennial philosophy, you're also choosing to let it shine its light or awareness into the world through you. This awareness manifests as the happiness, peace, and joy that you experience, and can help others experience as well through your example.
Okay, so any thoughts on that?
I like the word transcendent reality, actually. I like that.
And reality with a capital R, because it's pointing directly to heaven. Another word for heaven, true reality, transcendent reality, that is beyond this world.
Yeah.
And so this awareness is experienced as the happiness, peace, and joy that we can experience, and we can help others experience. This is where the rubber meets the road. We can experience, and we can see the results of happiness, peace, and joy. This transcendent reality we can't see, feel, touch, taste. So it's very intangible, but we can certainly see its effects in this world, and we can experience them in ourselves, and we can see them in others. So that's how it becomes tangible and manifest in this world. You're saying, well, we have one shot at seeing you shine. Take the pure formless awareness of perfect love that is heaven, and allow it to express through you while you very, very shortly here. This life is not going to last forever. So really, shine brightly, burn like Halley's comet, and show people your light while you're here. So I find that quite, it's really a call to action and quite inspiring. Okay, next paragraph. Susie, want to read that for us, please? When you choose heaven.
When you choose heaven, which is one name for this transcendent state of pure formless awareness that every authentic spiritual teaching points to. For example, the Buddhists call it Nirvana, and it's called Moksha in Hinduism. You are also choosing to let awareness of its reality arise in the world through you.
Yes, that makes sense. So when you choose it, you become a vehicle for it, a portal almost, an opening into it that allows other people to see it. And so all the great spiritual masters like Yeshua, he was just an opening. He'd opened his mind so fully to it that he became an opening that heaven could come into this world through and help other people to see it and to experience it and to make the same choice as he did. And so it's awareness of its reality arises in the world through you, through your words, your actions, your example. People see it. Because very hard for them to see heaven. You can't see heaven. It's an inner experience. But you can see the effects of it in someone else. And those effects can be very inspiring and can be very attractive. Yes, I want to be like this person. So let me learn from them. Let me adopt the same kind of thoughts and beliefs. And then they become a teacher to you. So, in the same way he's a teacher to us, he's saying, well, shine your light and be a teacher to others. There's people who can learn from you. You become their Halley's comet. Because we all have friends, family, networks of people who could learn from us. And they might be able to learn it from you in a way that they couldn't learn it from someone else. You see, they couldn't resonate. So someone might really resonate with your story, Susie, who you are. Like, yeah, okay, well, if Susie can do it, I absolutely can do it. So they resonate with your story. Whereas if I come along, they might go, no, this guy's just like way out of my league. It's too high level or whatever. So it doesn't mean anything to them. So then you become the example of the opening into this other awareness for that person. And he's calling all of us to be that. In every instance, so on the golf course, John, there's a good example. It's just coming, you being asked there to be to carry this awareness into the world and express it in form through words and the interaction, the holy encounter with your friend. And so we just as miracle workers need to be alert to those opportunities. They're always there. It's like, I'm just here to be truly helpful in the situation. Not in a pushy way. I'm not trying to convert you. I'm not going out to like spread the Course in Miracles. But it's like I'm just open to any interactions, that arise as they arise, and I'll just be used by the Spirit, and then let go of outcome. I don't necessarily need for people to do anything about it. So then there's no sense of forcing it on them or being pushy or anything like that. Okay, so moving swiftly on to the third one. Sally, if you want to read that for us, please. But most people
don't want to choose heaven because they think doing so will alienate them from people and events in this world, and they don't want to let go of these attachments. At a deeper level, many people also have a fear of death because it means leaving their bodies and this world behind entirely. So even though they may want to go to heaven, another part of their mind doesn't want to die to do this. It's interesting, isn't it? Caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. Actually, I was listening to a talk by Steve Jobs, of all people, and he said, well, it's interesting because most people, even if they want to go to heaven, don't want to have to die to go there. So there's the contradiction. We have contradictory motives. We want to go to heaven, which we understand is not of this world, and yet, well, we don't want to let go of the body in this world to go there.
So want a different life, but not willing to let go of the old life.
Yeah, we want a different reality at the the extreme of it. And we want a different reality, a transcendent reality, which implies, okay, this reality's got to go, but we don't want to let go of this reality to get to the other one. We're too attached. So, we say we want heaven, but what does that mean? That means it's all got to go. The separate self, the self-concept, everything that's involved with that self-concept, the entire reality that the ego is constructed of time and space, and this world and universe and all the apparent separate things and circumstances and events, what we call life here, that's got to go. Heaven, none of that exists in heaven. So Yeshua's just asking us to see it for what it is. Okay, this is heaven is the decision I must make, is a profound decision. You're making a decision for another reality, another self, another reality that's completely transcendent, that will ultimately remove you from this world entirely. Well, that's not a light decision, is it? So wow, okay, that's pretty intense for a lot of people. I'm actually going to leave this entire reality behind and just go to another one. And of course the ego says, oh no, don't do that, that's scary, you don't know what this other reality is, it's scary. Rather stay in the reality I've given you, because that's safer. Except it's not safe at all. It's populated with fear and guilt and attack. Those are the fundamental emotions on which this whole reality was built. So of course it's not safe. It's really not a safe place to be, and ultimately you're going to die. So how safe is that when you're guaranteed at some point to that your supposed life that the ego's given you will end? So we just, heaven is the choice that I make, the decision I must make. There's a very deep choice and decision there that he's asking us to make.
I've got a little vision of John on the golf course talking about heaven, and brings up all the resistance in his partner. So the partner misses the ball, slices it, goes into the rough, and he's in heaven, gets a hole in one. That's the way to do it, John. Ulterior motive there.
Well, actually, I've noticed that it pays to play decent enough golf. You have to play decent enough golf to be listened to.
Yes, because if you're a total hacker, they won't sort of respect you.
No.
No, that's interesting, because I think we had this conversation about a year ago, didn't we, about golf?
Yeah.
The spirit will use golf as a means for communication if you allow it to.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, 2 weeks ago I hit an eagle. So it was a par 4.
Yeah.
And it was 440 yards, and I got it in 2 shots.
Wow, that's pretty extraordinary.
So my first shot, it is slightly downhill, and it's a beautiful day, and the ground is hard, so the ball bounces, and but I did a good drive, 220 yards, and then my second shot, another 220 yards,
right in the hole.
Into the hole, but I didn't see it go in the hole. It went because it went down a little dip.
Yes.
And I lost sight of it and thought, oh well, gone. And then the 2 guys I was playing with, one says, it's gone in. And the other one says, that's an eagle.
Which is unusual. You don't get eagles every day, do you? So that obviously got you some cred. So then I went. Spirit sets it up. So okay, well, John's actually useful. So talk to you about A Course in Miracles. It's interesting how it works. Okay, so where are we? Most people don't want to choose heaven. So any thoughts on that, Sally?
No, it's just what I said, really. Like, I can see why people don't want to let go of what they're used to. You're used to your everyday life, and it's a nice dream that there's something called heaven, but don't want to make the effort or do anything to get there. So
and to the way it's framed today's lesson, it's a choice, it's a decision you must make. It's not something that'll just happen to you. You must consciously choose it. Okay, so cycling back to Susie, if you want to read, or John, I think it's John started. It's true that ultimate choice for him.
It's true that ultimately the choice for heaven will result in you leaving this world of time and space behind to enter the infinite state of being what you truly are for eternity. But while you are seemingly in this world, you can engage with life in this world in a way that you are done through, as David Hoffmeister puts it, which means that the light of awareness of heaven guides all your words, decisions, and actions, and uses your mind as a channel for expressing itself in the world. So that kind of echoes very much what we've just been saying, that we can be used, that the voice of awareness, light, and can speak through us.
So some people might go, well, choosing heaven, that's a bit far out, and like, how practical is that? You know, how useful am I going to be in the world if I choose heaven? But heaven translates into thoughts and words and actions in this world. Heaven is this transcendent reality that now comes through us and just guides us. The presence that guides us, all our decisions, our words, decisions, and actions. And it uses us as a channel for expressing itself in the world. And that's really, you know, what Yeshua is training us to do with this workbook. At the very end of it, lessons 361 to 365, he's just leaving us in the care of the Holy Spirit. This is where it ends up. Let's just bring that up. 361. So do you want to read that? It's a nice little prayer.
This holy instant would I give to you. Be you in charge, for I would follow you, certain that your direction gives me peace.
And then he goes on, if I need a word to help me. Like, Susie, will you read that one, the next paragraph?
And if I need a word to help me, he will give it to me. If I need a thought, that will he also give. And if I need but stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will receive of him. He is in charge by my request, and he will hear and answer me, because he speaks for God, my Father, and his Holy Son.
Okay. So any thoughts on that?
It's really good what you're saying, but I sensed early through for me that I love it. I do sense resistance to it all. And it's because it's the unknown, I think, that I resist. Because but then I think a lot of people would feel that anyway, even if you were aware of it or not. Because it sounds, like Sally said, like a dream, or just go back to a dream world. But this isn't the dream. This is your reality, and you're choosing to be there. It's when I keep knocking off and falling asleep thinking, oh, that's it now. I've done my bit for today. Let's move on. So it's that. But I love it. I love, when John had read it, you could tell straight away, beautiful, beautiful. But I sense that resistance, and that resistance is the unknown.
Yeah, so there is resistance, but the way we overcome that resistance, be aware of it, and just making the choice. Okay, I'm choosing heaven. So the choice for heaven doesn't look like, oh, I'm just sitting blissing out all day. The choice for heaven is, okay, in this situation I choose to see it differently. Instead of getting upset by the scammers, in say Sally's case, I'm going to let it go and find peace anyway. That's the choice for heaven. And so it's actually pretty practical. And then this thought system of heaven is now guiding all of your thoughts, words, and actions. And he leaves us. This lesson is repeated 5 times. It's the only lesson repeated. There's a couple of other lessons that are repeated once or twice, but not 5 times. So he's saying this is kind of this is the final end game. This is where I'm going to leave you in the care of this presence called the Holy Spirit, which is going to guide all your thoughts, words, and actions, and whatever you need will be given to you. And the entire mind training course is to help you to get into this state of mind where you can just be done through. And the Holy Spirit's doing it. You've dropped all of your own ideas and all of your own resistance, and you now become the done through, the instrument of heaven acting in the world. As Yeshua was. You look at him as an example. He's a teacher. He didn't do nothing. He was pretty active in the world. His ministry, he was out and about. He was walking the Holy Land. He was teaching. He was preaching. He was healing. He was pretty busy for 3 years, and that was bringing heaven into this world through his life, and profoundly changed the world because of what he did. But what it was coming from was this other reality. It was coming through him all the time. Was speaking the words. Was doing the healing. Was directing. Everything, including the final drama of the crucifixion. It was all directed by this higher power. And so he's just saying, well, this is the training. And this is where we're going. Ultimately, you're going to be left in the care of the Holy Spirit, and you will just be done through, and there'll be nothing else, because this training is just to get rid of everything else, everything that's going to interfere with that ability to just download and express, download and extend. That's the done through. Everything that blocks your ability to do that needs to be looked at and released, so that you can just be done through as a very clear channel with no obstructions. And then you're enlightened, and your experience in this world can be very happy, very peaceful, very joyful. It's got a taste. Every experience has got the quality of heaven in it. Underlying it is that deep peace and that transcendent joy and even bliss underlying everything. So you might not be fully immersed in the state of pure formless awareness, but underlying all of your words, your thoughts, and your actions is that state of mind, which is related to today's lesson. My mind holds only what I think with God, only what I think with that presence. So I'm able to now translate that seemingly transcendent otherworldly presence into practical thoughts, words, actions in this world. And that's why this course is actually so practical and helpful in our so-called lives, because it's what it does. It allows you to translate the one reality into another in a very practical way, and actually live very functionally and effectively in this world. Okay, so happy with that one. Let's move on to the next paragraph.
This is what Yeshua meant when he told his disciples that although they were not of this world, their function was to share the truth with as many people as possible while they seemed to be living in it.
Yeah. So be not in the world, not of the world. You're in the world, but not of the world. So you're in the world to be heaven's representative, to allow this presence to come through you, but you're not of the world, because you're not thinking and feeling the ego's thoughts and emotions. You're not being directed by it. You're being directed by the Spirit. And then you become a disciple. You said discipline, but that's actually a good little reminder there in that slip, because actually we are disciplined in our approach. You are a disciple because you're disciplined in your thoughts and your emotions. And you mentioned, I'm quite sloppy in my thinking. Well, most people are. Most people are very sloppy in their thinking. So this is a mind training course to discipline your thoughts and your emotions, so that you're not sloppy anymore. You're actually quite precise. And you go, okay, I've sharpened my mind to be able to see what's not helpful and just let it go very quickly. And that now sharpens your mind so that you're staying in tune with the Spirit more and more. And there's a clarity and a focus and a concentration that comes with that actually allow you to be, very effective in the world. If I hadn't learned to discipline my mind, there's no way I could be doing what I'm doing now. No. You have to have
It made me laugh. 10 years ago, I did some NLP, and I started doing NLP for everybody, and I'm thinking, I'm saying it's sloppy thinking. But it is probably that's what I needed then, and that's what I was teaching. But
yeah, I mean, that's a start. Like anything like that is helpful, because you are training your mind. But in the end, where it comes down to is can you let go of the ego? That's what every modality teaching ultimately leads you to. NLP is a way in there, but in the end, you've got to drop the entire thought system and change your beliefs completely. And so that's the course is like the ultimate mind training, because that's what he's asking us to do. Just drop the entire thought system of the ego, which has governed your life and governs the world. Wow, that's not a small undertaking, although it's all false. It seems to be true. This seems to be the default thought system of the world. And now he's asking you to go against that and say, no, I'm going to undo all of that. And so it requires training. It requires training and constant practice, because that's the only way you're going to accomplish it. It's not a one hit, oh yes, the world's an illusion, and then I don't practice. It's practice, because the world's an illusion. It keeps coming at you. Situations keep arising. I think it was Churchill or James Joyce, or one of these great thinkers said, well, history is just one bloody thing happening after another. So your life's like one bloody thing happening after another, one challenge after another. Well, that requires constant vigilance, constant practice to process it, to perceive it correctly. And this is just training your mind to do that. So, phenomenal teaching. Okay, next one, same guidance. I think that's Sally.
Same guidance applies to you as this modern day disciple. You can remain in the world for a while to learn to let go of all attachments to this world. Experience what he calls a happy dream in A Course in Miracles. In the process, spread the happiness, peace, and joy that stem from this transcendent realm through your example. And by feeling these exalted emotions and thinking related positive thoughts, you also powerfully and positively influence the mind of the sonship. In A Course in Miracles terminology, or what's called, as also known as the quantum field in modern scientific terminology.
So this is how it works. You are because we're all connected, you are influencing the whole mind. Your thoughts go into this quantum field and they influence it. And if they're powerful thoughts and you're thinking them persistently, they will influence in a powerful way. And you'll start finding that things and people and circumstances align with your thinking. This is the law of attraction in action. But it's happening now from the perspective of wanting to let go of the world instead of wanting to make the world into a better place. You see the difference in those mindsets. Ego says, oh, okay, well, you can use this to try and rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic, to put it in blunt terms. You're going to try and make this magical, this world of form somehow better, a better place for you to live in, and use magic to try and do it. And this isn't the approach of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's saying to you, no, just let it all go and reinterpret the world. So going back to our descent into hell diagram, instead of saying I'm going to try and fix this world up and make it better and focus on manifesting what I want in this world, you're actually just reinterpreting all of it and letting it go. And then through that correction, allowing miracles to flow in, however that shows up, and they do show up on the level of form. But it's a totally another level of operating, because you're allowing this ultimate power, pure formless awareness of perfect love, to come in through you and decide. You're not in control anymore. You're not saying, well, I want this or this, or you're no longer into specific form outcomes. It's more, no, all my job is to see it correctly in every situation. And if I correct my perception, I let go of the outcome and let the outcome be whatever it will be. And that's the miraculous state of mind. So it's a very different way of approaching it. You're using the same law of the mind. We're all one, law of attraction, we could call it, but you're using it to undo your belief in the dream rather than to reinforce your belief in the dream. So that's why there's a point of departure. The way that the ego is going to use it, and let's say adopt a personal growth mindset, and the way the spirit's going to use the law of attraction are very different. The one is about letting go of the world and releasing yourself from the world. The other one is about actually getting more attached to it seemingly by trying to make it better, or, you know, I mean, isn't cunning. I want to make this a better place. I want my experience to be better. What's wrong with that? But I'm making the whole thing real. So then I have to accept the whole construct, warts and all. I have to accept the guilt and sin, the fear and the attack that really underlie the dream. And I'll keep experiencing those because I'm not willing to really see them and let them go. So this is it's another level of mind training. So you got to let it all go. You can't hold on to one little part of the thought system, even if it seems to be good. Ego offers you some apparently good stuff, but see that it's another part of the deception. That it keeps you coming back, trying to look for the good in what is a thought system based on guilt and sin and fear and attack. It ultimately just needs to be done away with. Okay, so I think that brings us, no, actually there's a bit on Anita Majani, so just to go back to example one more time. She's really an outstanding example of someone who's done that. She had a profound experience herself. She went to heaven for 30 hours in a near-death experience. She experienced it. Then she makes a choice to come back into the world and dedicate her life to teaching it, to being the instrument for this awareness of heaven to come into the world via her. And so she's written books and she's given talks, and this has become her purpose, which is why she chose to come back and not stay there. She could have. It was so beautiful. Why did I want to come back? She came back to be truly helpful to others and also learn some lessons, I think, herself. So if you haven't listened to this talk, this is an excerpt from her book, Dying to Be Me. It's one chapter of her book where she describes in detail her near-death experience and what it actually felt like to be in this state we can call heaven. So from a first person account. So I found it quite inspiring.
It is.
Have you listened to it?
I've listened to it this morning, but somebody gave me the book last year. I found it to be really good. Really good book.
Because it's experience.
That description that you've shared is very good as well, because you're getting it as her experience, but it is great the way she says it all, because this is what she experienced.
Yeah, and the experience, even if it's not your own, is much more powerful in theory. You can theorize about heaven all you like, but someone actually, when you experience it or someone else experiences it, then it becomes real. She had the experience, so there must be a transcendent reality. She had no doubt when she came back that heaven existed, and virtually everyone who's ever had a near-death experience comes back and they go, I'm not scared of it anymore. I'm not scared of dying because I know there's this beautiful transcendent realm, and I've had the experience of it. I had a taste of it. So, why would I be scared of going back there? But let me now use my life while I'm here to better effect. That's what it paradoxically does. A lot of people say, well, if I choose heaven, I'll just check out of this world. Paradoxically, actually, you don't. You just want to use your life constructively and meaningfully while you're here to teach others this great truth that you've connected with. So you can actually be very functional, very productive, very helpful in this world while you're here, and you're choosing heaven at the same time, systematically and progressively. And that's really what A Course in Miracles is training you to do. Okay, so just a couple more paragraphs to read there, and then we'll go into the lesson. It's Sally, is it? Listening to this talk.
Listening to this talk should inspire you to choose heaven or the state of pure formless awareness and act with loving kindness towards every person and sentient being to bring a touch of heaven to earth. This is a good place to start from, and if you're inspired to do nothing else in your life, being consistently loving and kind to people will help you find what I call foundational happiness and help other people do the same.
Yeah. So a lot of people might be going, well, what's my purpose? I'm looking for some grand purpose in the world. And actually it's as simple as every day, wake up, be loving and kind, which requires that I correct my own perception. I can't be loving and kind if I've got hatred and anger and fear and so on going on. So and therein my purpose unfolds. If I'm loving and kind, that is my purpose in action. I will then experience happiness, peace, joy, and I'm making a contribution to others through my love and kindness. So it's not some grandiose, out there purpose. It's just a choice to be loving and kind to whoever you interact with. And then that removes your purpose from the domain of unreachable in the future to actually very practical, tangible, real, daily, moment by moment. This is my purpose, and I can live it and experience the benefits of it moment by moment. I remember actually, Patty Sue's not joining, John. So we had this conversation last year with her. She was like, well, what's my purpose? And looking for something else. And when this dropped for her, she was like, oh, actually, that's so simple. I don't have to go be worried about finding it out there. It's just to be consistently happy and loving and kind in my life, in all of my interactions with people. Okay, well, that kind of takes the pressure off, doesn't it? I don't need some grandiose purpose. It's just moment by moment applying this. And that is your higher purpose in action. So very, very, very doable, actually, very practical. Anyone can be loving and kind to the other people in your life. We all have other people we engage with. It's not a difficult purpose to find conceptually. It's just to actually apply it, to be consistently loving and kind to others, is advanced spiritual practice. Which is why it's in a lot of teachings they teach, well, you need to act it, so you need to be loving and kind, because that is a symptomatic of your mind's healing. You can't be loving and kind if you haven't healed your mind. And as you express love and kindness, you express the love outwards, you're also healing your mind, because love is flowing through you. So you're saying, well, yes, love is in me, love and gratitude are in me, and as I express them, as I extend them, what am I saying? It's in me. It's in me to extend, you see. So by the extension of it, you're actually saying, yes, it's there. You're affirming that it's there. Whatever you give, you must claim and receive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then last paragraph. It's
I think it's me, is it?
Mm.
Whatever else you feel inspired to do on top of this is a miraculous bonus, but need not be anticipated or desired, because that will only sabotage your experience of heaven, which is always right now and cannot possibly be experienced in the illusory states of mind we call past and future.
yeah,
So it's just reminding us here that we may well, once in the flow, be inspired to do something, not to beware, because the ego will still try and catch us out and flip us into past or future and take us out of the now.
Yeah, so desiring heaven, desiring a blissful state is another ego trap. I was listening to Ram Dass the other day. He said, yeah, I was on a track in the 60s and 70s of looking for the high. It's like, what's the next high? What's going to give me the next high? It's going to be a chemical, a substance. They did a lot of that, as you know, in the 60s and 70s. Or it's a meditation technique, or so it's seeking for heaven, seeking for the bliss, but never actually being just happy in their experience of now. So paradoxically, that desire for this higher state, the high, actually takes them out of exactly what they want to experience. You see how the ego works? It's so cunning. So you desire heaven, and because you're desiring it, you're saying, well, by definition, I don't have it now. If I'm desiring it, it's sometime in the future. So actually what I'm denying is my capacity to access it right now and experience it right now. So what dropped for the Buddha, because he'd done this, he really did the desire heaven thing to a great degree. 7 years he was seeking for this, the spiritual enlightenment, and he did every technique there was, and he practiced, and he was starving himself to death, and he did every meditation technique, and eventually he just gave up. He gave up searching. He sat under this tree and he just gave up and he let it all go. And then he realized it was always there. But all of his seeking and his craving for it had stopped him from finding it. It was always there. And he just needed to let go of the seeking to find it. And so then he came up with the insight that desire in any form, whether even desire for heaven, for an altered state, a high, a spiritual high, is ego, and it's going to cause suffering. The second noble truth of Buddhism, that desire or craving causes all suffering. And he got that experientially because he'd done it. I mean, 7 years of doing this, nearly to the point of death, to eventually go, oh, actually, I've been missing the point the whole time. It was always here. I just couldn't see it. And why in the Zen tradition, they say enlightenment is a joke, because when you get it, it's like I once done this actually. I was looking for something and I actually had it in my hand the whole time. Have you ever had that experience? Yeah. I'm searching. I literally searched around for 10 minutes and my hand was so firmly clasped. I think it was a key or something. My hand was so firmly clasped on it that I hadn't realized I was just holding on to it. And then finally, after looking for 10 minutes, I went, oh, I've had it all along. Duh. So enlightenment's kind of like that. It's like you've had it all along, but you've been so desperately seeking for it that you haven't been able to recognize that you had it, because your mind is in the seeking phase. So, kind of amusing what we do to ourselves.
It's very profound as well, isn't it? So profound, that is. What you seek. Well, you can see it from lots of different angles, can't you? It's like I work with people that want to lose weight and they're seeking to lose weight and they're out of the now and they're creating it because they want it. I need to lose weight. They've got that belief, and so they create needing to lose weight. And always
they're not happy, because there's always desiring it. It's never now. I can't be happy now. I'll only be happy when I've lost 10 kilograms. You see, that's what the mind sets up. And then when they've got to that state, if they achieve their goal, the mind's going to go, oh, okay, well, we'll give you a brief moment of satisfaction, and then we're on to the same track of desire. Oh, okay, well, now, we want to lose another 10 because, it's not quite good enough. So, obviously, if you progress that, then it becomes dangerous. You go into anorexia. Or you go, I'll switch my desire to another area of my life. Well, now I've got my weight sorted. Well, wouldn't it be nice to have the man or woman of my dreams? Now we go into special relationship desire. Because now I look better, I feel a bit better. Okay, so now and you see how it works. So I'm never happy as I am. It's like, oh, now I need that to be happy, and it never ends. Because when you achieve one goal, one desire, then the ego will replace it with another and another and another, and you're never saying, I've arrived, I'm happy as I am right now. It's always, when I achieve that in the future, and so you continuously living in the future, and never actually just being happy now as you are. And so it's a very subtle way that the ego takes you out of the now, denies pure formless awareness, and creates suffering, because any expectation that you've set up can be disappointed, and frequently is. So now you're in the dissatisfaction that the Buddha noted, where you're never really just happy and content. There's always this underlying dissatisfaction. Well, life's just not quite meeting my expectation, but this time it will. So now, you see how we keep going. This expectation is going to be different. This one's going to be met. Until you start going, like, actually the whole game is flawed, isn't it? It's just, I'm not going to play the game anymore. Which is what the Buddha understood. Like, just don't play the game. Just drop it all. Be happy now, in the moment, as you are. And then you're in heaven. Because as you are, there's nothing to desire. It just is what it is. And so now you're no longer seeking it. You are it. You found it. And you rest in that state of beingness. And so it's so simple, but it's profound, because to actually do this in your mind, you notice how often you have expectations in your life. How much, you're desiring something else for it to be a different way than what it is. Whenever you catch yourself doing that, correction is just, no, let me remind myself, heaven is the decision I must make right now. Right now, I'm in heaven. That's all he's saying. Right now, I am in that state. I can experience that state. It's not sometime in the future. It can only be right now. And then you open your mind to experience that. And that undoes the ego, because you go, well, why would I want the desire of something in future that's actually separating me from the experience now. That doesn't make any sense. I can experience it right now. I don't need anything to happen in order to experience it. It's just a choice right now. I mean, it's so simple, really. You go like, really, is that it? I mean, this is the essence of spiritual enlightenment. It's so simple, and yet we miss it. The entire world misses the simple truth. So
we are conditioned to do. It's only since doing the course you start to realize it's all about being. But you can totally relate with what you're saying, because we do. Because we think we've got to do. But the being, that's what's so really good about this, because we're just being, and it's so true.
And so from your beingness, you can actually do very effectively in the world. This is what Yeshua is trying to teach us. Miracles come when you're in your beingness. You're rooted in the interior domain of the truth. You've made the choice for heaven. You now allow that to flow through you into your doing. You're doing it from a different perspective. You're still doing, but the Holy Spirit's doing it through you. So now your behavior and all of your outcomes are not coming from desire. You're not leading with, oh, I need the exterior world to change in order to be happy, right? Exterior first, and then the interior state will follow. That's really the underlying assumption behind every egoic goal. Or if this just were different, then I could be happy. But that's upside down. That's inside out backwards thinking. And I need to be happy now, and then I need to let my happiness extend into whatever I do. Surely that's much more intelligent. I'm happy now. That's my base. And then I act from that state of mind. So this is the flow state. When I am happy now and I flow in the world and I'm behaving from that base state of happiness, we call that state flow. And now my thoughts, my words, and my actions are going to be different. And they're a much higher quality action and outcome than you can get if you're desiring an outcome. That's the paradox of it. By letting go of the outcome, it's a much higher quality outcome that you're allowed to come through, which is paradoxical, but that's how it works. And that's the difference between flow and the ego's way of doing life, which is craving and expectation. Flow doesn't expect. Flow just, I'm happy now, and I do what I feel called to do in the now. And it's very simple. There's no desire. It's like, what's showing up now? Okay, that feels right. I'll do that now. And in the moment, we guided to make the right decision without expectation, without desire. It's just moment by moment guidance. So then you're being the done through. You see that? Without expectation, without fear and guilt and all of those other emotions. You're just being done through, and the Spirit's giving you the guidance moment by moment. Okay, we'll do that now. My son's playing these computer games, and it's terrifying. You're driving at like 250 kilometers an hour. It's like, and trains are coming at you. It's like, it's all a bit too much for me. But he's just like, just do it now. There's no planning. You can only operate it. You can only drive moment by moment by moment, in the moment. If you're even 2 seconds in the future, you're going to crash. You can only be like absolutely present. So it's quite a good lesson. Like, absolutely present. I'll just get the guidance to shift that left, turn right, and that's how we can flow through life. Just, yes, I can get the guidance right now. What should I do? And then you do it without expectation, without desire. And it is possible to live that way. The ego will tell you it's not. It'll defend this for dear life. But it is possible to just download and be guided and inspired, and do it without any personal desire coming in. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on that teaching? Otherwise, we'll go into the lesson.
It's just all very profound, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But it's so simple. What I like the more I speak, it's like, it's so simple. Like, enlightenment is so simple. Just don't desire. Be here now. And yet, because the nature of the ego, and this is the construct we live in, and everyone seems to be in the dysfunction, it's considered like profound and enlightened, and it's actually just the simple truth. It's so enormously simple, and it's just up to us to accept that truth and live our lives according to it. Okay, so without further ado, let's have a look at the lesson. So This is Workbook Review Lesson 149. Just some short key ideas. So maybe each of you read one of the ideas. So there's 3 of you. And then we'll just discuss them briefly and go into a meditation.
My mind holds only what I think with God, pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Sloppy thinking, change it to what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a call to be disciplined in your thinking. My mind holds only what I think with God. So I might think other thoughts, and it's just saying that's okay, but don't hold on to them. Don't hold them. Recognize what they are and let them go. So only what I hold is what I'm thinking with God, with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so this is kind of where the rubber meets the road. This pure formless awareness, which isn't about conscious thought. There's actually no subject-object thought in pure formless awareness. There's no I see you, I do this. That's subject-object. That implies separation and duality. But pure formless awareness of perfect love is the underlying essence, can now operate your mind and your body quite effectively in a world of duality by guiding your thoughts. So the thoughts are
because that awareness of perfect love has brought me here to make me realize my sloppy thinking.
Yes.
That's what I find fascinating, because there's always something, like you said, if we're truly in the now, we've seen it as it is.
Yeah.
So it's, I love that.
So this is really the reason why he's framed the other lessons in this, because this is like the overriding, right, there's a mental discipline here. You need to hold only what you think with this presence. And then you start to discern what's coming from pure formless awareness of perfect love and what's not. And you need to start looking at the quality of your thoughts and emotions and judging them with the Holy Spirit, saying, no, this isn't of God. This isn't coming from pure formless awareness of perfect love, because it doesn't feel peaceful. It doesn't feel happy, peaceful. This is the quality of pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's always peaceful because there's nothing to be disturbed about. So if there's any disturbance in your peace, then okay, that's a good sign, canary in the coal mine, saying this is not coming from pure formless awareness of perfect love. This is the ego coming in here, and I'm aware of it. And then the thought, my mind holds only what I think with God or this awareness, is the correction. Okay, my mind holds it. Okay, I'm willing to let this go. I'm not going to hold on to this thought. I'll just let that thought go, let the emotion go. If it comes again, I remind myself again, and I just keep releasing it. And so you're just cleaning your mind of everything that's not in accord with God. And so your thoughts are now being entrained into pure formless awareness, perfect love. And that now becomes the source of all your thoughts and your emotions. And then you are being done through. That awareness is now directing thoughts, words, actions. Words and actions come from thoughts and emotions. So this is kind of where the rubber meets the road of this course. You have to allow this awareness to come and direct your seeming thought. You might still be thinking about subject-object things. You're thinking about a person in your life or a situation. You're still thinking about it, but the tone of your thoughts has changed. You see, the mental and emotional tone has changed. Underlying it is now pure formless awareness of perfect love. So there's just this loving, accepting presence, and you're still dealing with the situation and the person or people, but there's a different tone that underlies it, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. And now the outcome's going to be very different. And it's subtle, but it's profound. This is how life works. It's the subtleties. If you're in the separated ego, then all of those situations are going to be misperceived and misused, and your life cannot be happy. Same situation, just reinterpreted by the Spirit, will bring a very different experience of it. And now your thoughts are entrained into this awareness, and really God is thinking through you. Who's thinking? If it's coming from pure formless awareness, which is ultimate source, who's doing the thinking? It's not really you anymore, is it? Not the little you. It's the transcendent pure formless awareness that's doing it through you, which is kind of the whole idea, that you're not thinking anymore, it's doing it for you. Not my will, but thy will be done. You've surrendered to God there, if you really apply this first key idea. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? John, I know you were kind of playing with it at the beginning of the week. Has anything changed for you, having done it now for 9 days?
No, I like it actually. It's kind of I feel as though I've been on it enough.
Yeah. Well, last lesson tomorrow. So
yeah. I mean, I do like the the individual ones.
Yeah, just the reviews. I mean, what I like about the review is he just does the idea. So just drop that key idea without anything else, and you go, well, just the idea on its own is really powerful. Just thinking that simple thought,
it is.
Dwelling on it, really does change your mind, and it changes your state of mind. This is the power of words. They can change your state of mind. They can change your thoughts and emotions quite quickly.
And there's something very soothing about when I am healed, I am not healed alone.
Yeah.
And I mean, I understand that, because if I change, I will affect others. I can see that.
You can't not, because you're present just on a mind level. Your mind changing affects everyone, and then that plays out on the level of form in the exterior domain of your life, in your behavior. People observe your behavior and your speech and your actions, and that's now coming from a different place. So it will have an impact on those around you, and so he's just reminding us of that. I'm not healed alone, and that, yeah, it's an encouragement to keep doing it. Sometimes, in the healing journey, one can feel quite alone. Oh, I'm doing this all on my own, and no one else is really there, and the culture I'm in doesn't seem to be supporting this. So it's a reminder, I'm not really alone. I'm not healed alone. I'm actually doing this for everyone. And I suppose the beauty of having support like this in a community is you really know you're not alone. Just join in on Zoom, and you're not alone. There's other people doing it, so you get to experience it directly. Okay, so any other thoughts on second one? When I'm healed, I'm not healed alone.
I was aware of that when I was doing the instrument of peace with you earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Extending. You're contributing, aren't you, to the healing of this belief in everyone in the situation. If other people are freaking out about it and worried about it, by healing your own mind, you're doing your best to help them to heal their mind from the belief in scarcity that's driving their distress. And that's the best you can do. And you may never speak to them about it, but you've done something on a mind level, and that has the chance of, because we're all connected on a mind level, of then allowing this, another way of thinking to come in. The more people think about this, the more it's in the kind of the morphic field, as Rupert Sheldrake calls it, the more likely it is that people will pick up on it. And then, you have these random conversations like you did on the golf course. Suddenly your friend's interested in A Course in Miracles. Well, why is that? Because there's a like a resonance. There's a morphic field growing, and then you tap into the field. You become part of the field. And like someone just kind of gets that intuitively. I mean, I guess he knows you into the course, and then he asks you. And so, this is how it's happening on a collective level. The more people that do it, the more infectious it becomes. It's a thought virus, but in a positive sense. If it's helpful, if it's the thought system of the Holy Spirit, it's seeking to perpetuate itself in the world, and it's going to use every mind that it possibly can to do it, and you just become an instrument of this grand process of at-one-ment, which is what you're here to do. And then when you come into that awareness, you can't help but be inspired. It's like, I'm just being done through here. My life has a real meaning and purpose. And I'm quite happy, although heaven, I know, is my ultimate destination. I'm happy to be here for a while and just be an instrument of heaven in this world for as long as I need to be, in true service to my brothers. And then you don't have this desire to, leave immediately, which, if you acted on that translator, that would mean suicide. No, that's not what Yeshua is asking us to do here at all. He's asking us to translate this, make the decision very clearly, and then translate it into action in this world, be done through and be truly helpful while we're here to bring heaven into this world. Okay, and then just the last one, Sally, if you read that. Any thoughts on that?
Heaven, pure formless awareness, is the decision I must make. Must make.
Yeah. So he's saying, you must make it. It's a requirement. This course is a required course, as he says at the beginning. You must make this decision ultimately. You can delay the decision, you can procrastinate, and we're all very good at doing that. Procrastinate for years and years, lifetimes. But ultimately, you must make it. Because it's the truth. Inevitably, at some point, you're going to have to make this decision in order to heal your mind. So why not get it over with and make it today? Make it now. Why delay what's inevitable further? This is what he's saying. By bringing it into awareness now, saying, you must make it. So make it now. Why delay? What's the point of delaying 1 instant longer? And then once you really make that decision, now maybe sit with it for the rest of the day. Just go like, have I really made the choice for heaven? This is a profound choice. This is a choice to leave this world behind entirely, to not be human anymore, to let go of everything that you think is real in this world. Your whole identity, your family, your friends, the entire world. That's what heaven is, choice to let go of. So it's a profound choice. And ask yourself, have I really made that, or are there still areas where I'm still ambiguous? I haven't really made the choice. I still actually desire a part of this world. Because if you can truly make it, collapse it in your mind, then you become one of the enlightened ones, and you can really be useful in this world to teach this choice, to teach others to make the same choice. Really, if you've made it, then you can teach others to make it in the same way as you did. And that becomes the purpose of our lives.
I find it's quite profound if I use it like a mantra when I'm out walking, and each foot that goes down to the floor, I say the statement over and over again. And I find it just transforms the walk completely. I see everything in a different light, literally a different light. So perhaps I'll do that one this afternoon.
Oh, heaven is the decision I must make. And so I'm making it moment by moment. I'm still in the world, I still have sense perceptions, but if I make the decision for heaven, my experience of the walk is going to be transformed. I'm going to see it differently. I'm going to see everything I see, the people and the nature and dogs, whatever's out on the walk. I'm going to see it differently. So it profoundly changes my experience right now, which is the whole point, not sometime in the future. It's not a decision I must make sometime in the future, a decision I must make now. And decision is made up of 2 words. It means the root words are de and cidere in Latin. It means to cut away. Cidere means to cut away. So a decision means you must cut away something. And that something is the other thought system of the ego. And this so-called reality, this world, that is a product of that thought system. So in order to choose heaven, you must cut away or let go of the alternative. That's why letting go is so critical. To make the choice for truth, you must let go of illusion. You're saying you don't consciously choose the truth, just let go of the illusion, and that truth is all that's going to remain. So when you decide to, let go of anything that's troubling you, you're making the choice for heaven.
Just reminds me of, in reverse of that, what I was doing the other day is I was contemplating this fraud thing on Friday, and I went out for a dog walk, and I met some very strange people, very shifty men with very funny looks on their faces, behaving in a very shifty way. And it was like, oh, right, okay, I can see the connection, but I didn't actually do anything with it at the time. But it was like, oh yeah, all right, because I never meet those sort of people normally.
Yeah. Because your thoughts were thinking in that line, then it shows up in experience. So this is how the Holy Spirit teaches us. Oh, okay, look, Sally, real time. You're thinking shady, shifty thoughts, and then shady, shifty characters show up in your dream an hour or 2 later. Are you connecting the dots? Are you seeing how this works? Yes. Okay. So change your thoughts. And now, you've come back because we had a little break over the weekend, and now you're getting, okay, so let's just deal with this and correct it. Release all the shady, shifty thoughts, make the choice for heaven, and then you're done with it, and none of this needs to come into your world, your experience anymore, because the thought system, the belief that underlies it, has been let go of. So how can it then come back if you have no belief in it? Okay, so anything else to share on this? Comments, questions on these very simple but profound lessons? Shall we go into a meditation?
Yeah.
Meditation. Okay, so perfect. Just make yourself comfortable, sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes, and start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. You clench your sphincter muscle, you lock the energy in, draw the energy up the spine, into your heart center, putting one hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. And draw the energy all the way up into the crown of your head, pausing at the top of the inhale. And you smile. So just check in, scan your mind, noticing any thoughts, any beliefs, emotions going on, particularly anything that feels it's all negative, limiting, contracted, constricted in any way. And observe those symptoms of fear, because that's all fear is, a negative, limited, contracted state. Remind yourself, my mind holds only what I think with God, only what I think with Pure Formless Awareness of perfect love. Only what I think with this awareness is in my awareness. If there's anything out of accord, remind yourself that my mind holds only what I think. God or perfect love, Pure Formless Awareness of perfect love. And to just strengthen this intention, remind yourself that when I'm healed, I'm not healed alone. So it's not only my healing that I'm working for here, it's essentially the other people and situation, and in fact the whole sonship goes into the whole mind. Potentially bless and heal everyone connected to the situation. So when I'm healed, I'm not healed alone, and heaven is the decision I must make. Just breathe in this expansive state of pure formless awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Just arising in your mind and your heart. And so you rest right now in this heavenly state. So a decision which opens the way to a present experience of the truth. So feel that truth, breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. You breathe it in. And you're in the light of heaven. You've made that choice. Pure formless awareness. It's in your mind. It's the blue sky beyond the clouds of shifting thoughts and emotions. So then any of those, you just observe them, the clouds on the lower level of your mind. They have no real substance. So you exhale, just release them. Exhaling out, letting it all go into the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. All those stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. Let it all go. And just surrender into the peace and the stillness that lies beyond illusions. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still. Let your mind go into the absolute stillness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love, rising in your mind and your heart. In the light of your source, the light of oneness, the light of love shine through. Next couple of minutes of deep silence just be done through sinking inwards, deeper and deeper with each breath into the stillness and the silence. Make the choice for heaven, so heaven is the decision I must make. I do make it now. And I surrender myself to it. So you've made the choice, there's nothing to choose. You just open yourself up to the experience of it. So any thoughts arise, something disturb your deep peace, your pure formless awareness of perfect love. Just observe them and you're going to let them go. They're just like cloud patterns scudding around in the lower reaches of your mind. And no power to obscure the pure formless awareness, the blue sky of your pure formless awareness, or the light of your source that shines through it. So blow them away with the breeze of your breath like dark clouds. Feel that opening, expansive awareness in your mind. Just sink into that, surrender to it completely. Let yourself go completely for a couple of minutes of deep contemplative silence. So just gently coming back from this deep awareness into awareness of the body and the breath and the senses and the world. On the count of 3, going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Breathing in, noticing how the air flows in, stomach and chest rise. And observe any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on, particularly anything that feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. And you're willing just to let it all go. Remind yourself, my mind holds only what I think with God or pure formless awareness of perfect love. Heaven is the decision I must make in this situation. So you let it go. Choose to let go. The thoughts, the emotions, blow them away like dark clouds. Notice how the air flows out, chest and the stomach suck back in. And the energy just subsides back down into your lower stomach and your groin. Blow it all out. And count of 2, notice weight of your body pressing down to the chair, your feet touching the ground. Notice what you feeling and touching with your hands. Notice any smell in your nose. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state. You're anchoring in this pure formless awareness. This is the state of heaven. Allowing yourself to choose it moment by moment by moment. And just set the intention to stay there. Stay connected to the oneness, to this deeper awareness for the rest of the afternoon and evening. To help you do that, you can top yourself up with a breath break. So use breath break recording I sent you, or instructions I sent you to do it in under a minute. Isha recommends you practice every hour today and do one more longer session, at least 5 minutes sometime this evening, to keep you connected to the truth, this pure formless awareness, and help you to keep making that choice, ultimate choice for heaven, hour by hour. So that brings us to the, on the count of 3, open your eyes and just look around. Take a minute just to observe various objects in the room around you in this deeper state. And notice that it's all really the same. There's one awareness behind all of it. And the mind, you're not judging any separation. You're just seeing that there's one awareness behind everything. And that awareness, that pure formless awareness of perfect love, directs all your thoughts, words, and actions this afternoon, evening. So it is said, so it is done. And carry on in this hopefully very peaceful and flowing state. So that brings us to the end of the meditation. For those who would like to continue, we can actually continue and do the text. So anyone like to stay? There's about 7 paragraphs of text today, so if you're up for that.
I can stay for some of it, sure.
Yeah, me too. I'm
Yeah,
just
great.
pop off.
Okay. Does anyone need a quick break? We take a 2-3 minute break and then we'll come back. How does that sound?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, perfect. So I will see you shortly. I'll just pause the recording. Susie, are you staying with us or not? You're going to stay with us? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so just take a quick break and we'll resume in, say, 3 minutes. Okay. Hey, Iona. How are you? Okay, so Sally's back. Just get this set up. We'll wait another minute or two and then we'll get started, I think. So 418, a little willingness. Today's is called the Happy Dream. This is a nice title.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah. Very good. Just have a happy dream. And this is the best that he's saying we can do in this world, is have a happy dream. There's a way of having it. Okay, so let's just this going. Yeah, Iona's joined us. Welcome, Iona, if you can hear us. 18, happy dream. It's actually quite a short one, 7 paragraphs, so shouldn't take too long, to maybe an hour to get it done. Okay, so maybe let's just start, and people can join us as and when they can. Copy and paste. So there was one. So you start with share my screen, paragraph 1 for us, Sally, and the others can just join us when they like, whenever they're ready. Okay, so there. Okay, let me share my screen. There we go. See, John's back, Susie, and Iona's. I don't know if Iona can hear us. So welcome, Iona. Hope you can hear us. Okay, let me just resume recording. And okay, resume that recording. All right. So welcome back, everyone, to part 2 of this session. We're going to just have a look at today's text reading, which is called The Happy Dream. Section 5 of chapter 18, if you want to follow in your books. Yeah, if you can read, someone read the first paragraph, you would like to start, and then do go into a translation.
Yeah, I'll start. Prepare you now for the undoing of what never was. If you already understood the difference between truth and illusion, the at one moment would have no meaning. The holy instant, the holy relationship, the Holy Spirit's teaching, and all the means by which salvation is accomplished would have no purpose, for they are all but aspects of the plan to change your dreams of fear to happy dreams, from which you awaken easily to knowledge. Put yourself not in charge of this, for you cannot distinguish between advance and retreat. Some of your greatest advances you have judged as failures, and some of your deepest retreats you have evaluated as success. Well, that's interesting.
Mm. Okay, so let's unpack that as we go, and we'll just do a translation. So just do it line by line.
Prepare you now for the undoing of what never was.
Yeah, how about now? Prepare for the undoing of what never was. It's more direct, I think.
Yeah.
Now prepare for the undoing of what never was. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's just setting the scene, right? The undoing of what never was. Okay, seemingly counterintuitive, but that's what we have to do. Forgiveness is the undoing of what never was in truth. Okay?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yep.
If you already understood the difference between truth and illusion, the at-one-ment would have no meaning. If you already understood the difference between truth and illusion, the atonement, the at-one-ment would have no meaning. No, that's going over my head a little bit.
Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. Does anyone else like to have a go at explaining that?
I think he's saying here, actually, if we really understood the difference, we would be beyond at-one-ment. We would be in at-one-ment.
Yeah, this process of becoming at one would have no meaning because we're already there. So you don't need to take a journey when you're already at the destination, if we really understood. So we don't fully understand, which is why this at-one-ment process seems to have meaning and a purpose in this world. And so all of these concepts that he then goes on. Number 3, the holy instant. Do you want to read that? The holy instant.
The holy instant, the holy relationship, the Holy Spirit's teaching, and all the means by which salvation is accomplished would have no purpose. The awakening.
Yeah, and now, so that's awakening, the holy relationship, the holy aware relationship, we'll call that. So a relationship where there's true awareness coming into it, awareness of truth, of pure formless awareness. The Holy Spirit's teaching, so the remembrance of
oneness.
Yeah, I think we'll make it love, because remembrance of oneness sounds a bit clumsy. The remembrance of perfect love's teaching, and all the means by which awakening is accomplished. Maybe just awakening happens. Would have no purpose. That makes sense, because the means are not required when you're in heaven already. You don't need corrections. You don't need these corrective concepts, because you're already there.
Yeah. So I'll read that sentence again. The now, the wholly aware relationship, the remembrance of perfect love's teaching, and all the means by which awakening happens would have no purpose. Okay, shall I carry on?
Yeah.
For they are all but aspects of the plan to change your dreams of fear to happy dreams, from which you awaken easily to knowledge.
So the only aspects of the plan to change your dreams of fear to happy dreams, from which you awaken easily to knowledge. Let's make that awaken easily to knowledge. So understand that.
When it says awaken easily to knowledge, is that referring to the oneness?
Yeah, knowledge is another word for the domain of pure formless awareness, perfect love, the other reality, transcendent reality.
All right.
Was that knowledge? So know thyself. You know who you really are. You know what reality really is.
Okay.
So we could change knowledge. I mean, you change knowledge to true reality if you want, but
no, it's fine. Now I know what it is.
yeah, I think let's leave it.
Okay.
So changing your dreams of fear to happy dreams, from which you awaken easily to knowledge. So we're working on the level of form in this world to transform our dreams. But on the level of perception, that's where it starts. You don't just go straight to heaven. You transform your experiences, your dreams in this world, from fearful, unhappy ones to peaceful, happy ones. And this is the happy dream. So as your perception corrects, you can live in a happy dream. From which you awaken easily to knowledge, because as your perception is corrected, you start accessing more and more this domain of heaven, and eventually you just merge into that state completely. So awaken easily to knowledge. But perception is, we must correct our perception in order to transfer it ultimately to knowledge. Because there's no perception in knowledge, you understand that? Knowledge is the domain of pure formless awareness. It's beyond this world. So we go in here. So knowledge is this. In other words, to be knowledge. When you know this, when you root this, you are in this state, then you have knowledge. Nothing to exist when but we must is the correction of our perception. And our perception, as we do that, we can experience a happy dream while we're in this illusory world. Because what's coming through is the reinterpretation of the spirit. So the happiness and the peace and the love and the joy come from the source. They now come and we start seeing everything in their light, rather than the ego's distorted, darkened glass, as he calls it, distorted lens. Okay, so happy with that. So number 5.
Put yourself not in charge of this.
So do not put
yourself in charge of this.
Do not put yourself in charge of this.
You cannot distinguish between advance and retreat. Do not put yourself in charge of this, where you cannot distinguish between advance and retreat. Yeah.
I'm saying don't try and take charge of this process of changing your dreams of fear to happy dreams, because that's the ego trying to hijack this process. And of course the ego can't do this. So your little self can't do this, and you cannot actually distinguish between advance and retreat. So some of your greatest advances you've judged as failures. Some of your deepest retreats you've evaluated as success, because the ego is upside down. So, for instance, we're talking about scamming. I had that experience of being scammed. It was actually a great advance, although most people, it wasn't good at all. But actually, it was a great advance spiritually. So we got to learn to just reinterpret everything and see that actually in our challenges, if we can truly see them for what they are, lies the source of our greatest advances. And often things are seemingly going swimmingly, and we've actually succeeded. We've actually failed because we're going in the wrong direction, the dream world, into the illusion, and not actually, it's not helpful. So this is what he's saying. I mean, for instance, let's say I'd actually succeeded. I had this great big hairy impossible goal of becoming world champion. Let's say I'd actually succeeded. Now the ego would have said, "Oh wow, amazing, you're so clever, well done, patting me on the back." But would I be doing what I'm doing today spiritually? Probably not. So would that actually have been an advance, would it actually have been a detour into the ego, my ego just hijacking my mind? So there's an example, and that applies in almost every instance where there's seeming failure. You can always reinterpret it and see, actually this is actually an opportunity to really progress spiritually. This is very useful. So I accept it as a lesson. It's really not about what happens on the level of form. What you got to start learning is not to judge things on the level of form by conventional standards, because that's a mistake. And how you able to internalize that, and how that helps you to let go more and find your true self. And often we only find that in our darkest hour. In the time of our greatest distress comes the opportunity to discover that.
The key is to remember it at the time. So when you're having a really bad time, is to remember that there's some good will come out of it.
Okay. Good question to ask, and this is a question I ask you to ask at the end of the day, and this end of day process that I include in every email. What did I learn from this? Good question to ask. What can I learn from this? Because that reframes it. Oh, instead of disaster, this shouldn't be happening. Okay, well, what's there to learn from this? Okay, and there always is something, especially if it's a difficult experience. There's always a lesson. And that lesson is the same lesson. It's, well, I can let go of my ego. I'm not bound by these false thoughts and emotions and beliefs. I can actually let it go, and I can be free of it. In another instance, in another situation where maybe the ego's got me, I learned that I can actually free myself. And the same process applies to everything, irrespective. And as we said earlier, you start generalizing this lesson, applying it to the specific instances that show up. So eventually you go, well, there's only one way of approaching any problem. This is, it's the letting go process. So, and you make no exceptions in that. Okay, so do you want to give a little summary of that opening paragraph?
Done the last bit, number 6, yeah. Have we?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Some of your greatest advances.
I'm not sure.
Some of your greatest advances you have judged as failures, and some of your deepest retreats you have evaluated as success. Yeah. Okay. Same thing, isn't it, as the one before? Okay.
So it's completely counterintuitive. What you've got to learn to do is just turn everything on its head. Go completely in the opposite direction from the way the ego wants you to go, which is the popular culture, social narrative. The popular culture says, oh, what's good is, this is good, this is bad. Well, you actually just got to completely reverse that and say, well, actually, if I'm really struggling and suffering, then this is actually quite good, because I'm getting a profound lesson here. And don't buy into the other people's interpretation of, oh, that's terrible, shame, poor you, how can this happen? You go, no, this is good, because I'm learning my lessons. And that's what I came here to do. So they might be tough, but I understand that there's a profound lesson in here for me on the other side if I can just apply this thinking. So Course in Miracles is just really turning the world's thinking upside down, and you got to get very used to just doing that. Whenever there's a situation, don't fall into the trap of perceiving it normally. You're just going to turn that around. I guess I had good training at that from a young age, because from the age of 13 I was like, I'm not going to believe what my father says. So it was just I turn it around, just do the opposite. And that's what we're learning to do here. Just don't believe what the ego's telling you, and turn it all around in every situation, and then you're on the right track. Okay, so can you give a little summary of that opening paragraph for us? What's he saying there?
Well, if we really understood it all, we would be at one already, and we wouldn't need any of this teaching.
Yep.
And the plan is to gradually change us from fear to the happy dreams. And I've got a thing come up over the screen. Oh, there you go. And don't try and control it. The ego will try and control it. Don't we try and control it? And just trust that some time where we're always heading in the right direction, we're always learning, and just to accept it's not always as the ego would portray to us. Probably a longer explanation than the actual thing, but yeah, I like the idea of not knowing when it's advance or retreat, because you can, with experience over lifetime, can't you? You look back and go, oh, that's why I did that, and that's why I did that, and that led on to that. But at the time, you can go into ego and fight it, can't you?
So just remembering, especially when it's difficult, because you only really need the lesson when things are difficult. Okay, I'm misperceiving this. If I'm seeing it as a negative, it's very positive. There's a great lesson to learn here. So how do I turn it around? See it differently. That's that kind of shift of perception that we're being trained to do with the course. It's just training us to change our minds quickly and easily. So we don't dwell on the misperceptions. We just shift into this, another perception of it. And then learn your lessons quickly and easily. It's not a big deal. Okay, just a correction needed. Let it go. Drop that belief, and you can then see the situation differently, and you can actually start being grateful for it. People say, well, how do I be grateful for these horrible things that have happened? Well, the only way you're going to do that is to see that you learned from it, that there's a deeper lesson. This is actually leading you to undo the ego. It's leading you to heaven. Well, you can be very grateful for every step on that path because of the magnitude of the destination.
Yeah, lots of people say, don't they, when they've had cancer or something, it's the best thing that could have happened, once they've come out the other side. Or like I separated from my husband. If I hadn't have separated from him a few years ago, I wouldn't be here right now doing this.
Yeah. So that's how it goes. Often your greatest crises and challenges, actually you're succeeding. It just doesn't seem that way to the ego. The ego wants to keep the status quo, maintain the illusion of some kind of happy existence in its under its guidance, and it doesn't that's not ultimately going to work. It doesn't like change. The ego, interesting, because it sees that change is threatening. Remember, change, the first experience of change the ego ever had was horrific. It was, oh my God, actually I've destroyed oneness here, and I'm guilty for it. This is what's associated with change. So it doesn't like change. It's trying to keep you safe by not changing, but actually to undo a false thought system, you have to change it. There does need to be a change, a transformation. So the irony is, although Pure Formless Awareness is perfectly one and stable and never changing, in this world, transformation, a change, radical change needs to happen, because you're so in the false belief of the ego. That belief needs to be changed and undone.
I think it can be difficult, though, in when we are in challenging situations. Then it's what I'm trying to say. It's not black and white. We might think we're making a change, but it takes a long time. Some changes take a long time to really show progress.
Yeah, it depends on how deep-seated your belief is in it. You can technically change in an instant. You can have a profound life-changing experience, and everything changes in that moment. But for most of us, it's more kind of slow, progressive. It's like, okay, so just deal with it, and maybe if it's a deep-seated issue, it comes back and it comes back again, and then every time you do it, you get the chance to heal it a little bit more and to let it go, correct it.
So does that mean? Oh, sorry, John. Go on.
I was just thinking of a time when we in our business we hired a new sales and marketing director, and he just wasn't the right person. But I did a lot of I attempted to do a lot of work course wise to figure out what to do. But it you know, the agony went on for a year. And I thought I was working on it. You know, I mean, I was trying to work on it, but it just did not shift. It took a year. And
well, it was obviously something deep seated in you that just couldn't let go of that belief that situation was mirroring for you, and so it took a year to work through it. That's okay. Sometimes lessons are lifelong. You have ongoing. You just go, oh, here it is again, same old, and you know what can you do but apply this teachings? All right, well, just let it go again. Let it go again. Release it again. There's obviously still some attachment, and so maybe in that year. Again, you go, well, why did it take so long? Well, maybe you needed to really practice forgiveness for a year. So Holy Spirit was okay. We'll give you this opportunity to practice. We'll keep the situation going, so that you can practice and really clean your mind of whatever that belief was. It's a kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it? The ego's keeping it there because you can't let go. But at the same time, that offers an opportunity to really, go very deeply into your mind and really work with some deep-seated issues. Because it's persistent, you have to take it to another level. And eventually, it did resolve. It just took.
Yeah.
It took a year, and in the end, there's no time, is there? So ultimately, the time doesn't really matter because we're trying to go into timeless state of mind where we're not bound by time. Okay, well, it took a year, it took an instant, doesn't really matter as long as it was accomplished and that you actually, in the end, you did let it go and the situation resolved.
I suppose it's the ego, isn't it? The ego says it's taking too long. It should have been quicker.
Yeah. It should be quick. Yeah. But who are we to decide? All you can do is right now something's arising. You go, okay, I've still got an issue. Clearly, I'm not in pure formless awareness of perfect love at all. I can sense, be aware of that. So, okay, well, what's the choice right now? Well, let me make the choice to let it go again right now. If you keep doing that, you're doing what you can to heal it. The ego eventually it can't sustain against progressive and systematic, disciplined use of this letting go. It's going to go eventually. Which it sounded like it did. It took a year, but eventually it did resolve.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
You got the guidance. Maybe you were trying to work it out on the level of form, maybe instead of just fully letting it go. There was kind of, you were, as you said, you don't try and do it. Maybe you were still trying to do it.
Yeah. Well, it was a situation. It was a situation I shouldn't have gotten into in the first place. And once in it, I was never going to solve it.
Yeah. So you got stuck in a pattern, and it took some time to undo it. Probably going, well, I shouldn't be in it. That resistance that doesn't help either. So you're going, well, I shouldn't be in it. So then I'm actually denying. I'm just resisting that. The situation is what it is, and so there's no proper resolution that can come. I'm just really resisting it, saying it shouldn't be, it shouldn't happen, it shouldn't be happening, and yet it is happening. So the acceptance is to say, okay, so it seems to be happening. Let me look at this and take the time to acknowledge it, become aware of it. Okay, what's really going on? What are my thoughts and my emotions about it? Now I bring it into awareness instead of denying it. I can heal it. This is the process. If you just go, oh, it shouldn't be happening, you're not really bringing these thoughts and emotions into awareness for healing. So I don't know, maybe you got stuck in some of that. You had to work through that resistance, and then you were still left with it. So then you had to, I think if I remember right in your book, you were like, this person reflected a part of me. There was an aspect of yourself being mirrored to you, and that's why it's difficult.
Yeah. There was certainly that. Yeah.
And then it's difficult because you got to let go of that part of you in order to really let it go. And the ego doesn't want to be undone. So then you find the situation sticking around because the separate self is invested in the situation, in its perception of it. And yeah, I mean, that's just, I think, the most helpful attitude is to look at this as not a sprint, but an ultra marathon. You're running an ultra marathon here. This isn't a quick sprint and dash to the line and it's over. This is the rest of your life, daily practice, every day, consistently practicing, being vigilant. That's ultimately what's going to undo this ego. And so if it takes a year, well, okay, it takes a year. I'm in this for the long haul. What's a year in my entire life? Not very long. And in eternity, it's absolutely nothing. Eternity, there's no time. So ultimately irrelevant. And you just send it for the long haul. And you say, well, whatever it takes, I'm gonna let this go. And if it's a difficult situation, it keeps arising, well, I just keep applying these teachings, keep coming back to it, using the lessons, using the tools. Like, so I studied the Instrument for Peace worksheet. That's a tool. You've got the 10-step letting go process. That's a tool. Just be determined. Okay, I'll just use this letting go process and approach until I let it go, and I'm not giving in. And eventually, with that kind of mindset, it's got to go eventually, as long as it takes. It's got to go. It cannot sustain against the power of your willingness to let go and disciplined approach to actually expressing that willingness in your life. Okay, so we're happy to move on to number 2 then.
Could I just ask a quick question then? So can you say that all sickness is growth?
All sickness is the opportunity for growth.
Opportunity, yeah, sure.
If you don't see it correctly, then no, sickness can just be pain and suffering and misery. But sickness reinterpreted, the Holy Spirit, is an opportunity for growth, because what you're seeing there is a defense against the truth. So and you could expand that, not just sickness, it could be any challenge. All sickness or pain or suffering or challenges or difficulties or problems are an opportunity for growth if you see them in the right light. And that's all we can do. So challenges come in this world. That's a given. So you can just see them correctly. And then you become pretty resilient, because you're seeing the challenges right, and you're going, okay, we'll bring it on. These challenges are exactly what I need to learn. This is the mission, and be challenged by the ego and undo it. You never had the challenges, you don't get the opportunity. Now, if you think life is meant to make you happy all the time and it's all meant to go swimmingly, you're going to be just profoundly disappointed all the time, aren't you? Because it's not designed to do that. What it's actually designed to do is to challenge you so that you can let go and heal your mind. That's what you're really here to do. So then you accept, okay, challenge is just a normal part of life. Of course, there's going to be these challenges ongoing, but I'm able to deal with them because I have the right mindset to deal with them now. I'm not expecting it to be any other way. Yes, life will continuously throw me challenges, but I get better at dealing with the challenges. That's all you can do. I'll upgrade my skills. I'll get better at dealing with these challenges, get better at this letting go process, and then you become powerful, resilient, and ultimately invulnerable, because you can deal with any challenge simply by letting it go. Okay, does that answer the question?
Yes, beautifully, thank you.
Okay, so number 2 then. John, if you want to read number 2.
Yeah, never. Should I go straight to the alternative?
You can do.
Yeah.
Save time.
Never approach the now after you have tried to remove. Never approach the now after you have tried to remove all fear and hatred from your mind. That is its function. Never attempt to overlook your guilt before you ask the remembrance of perfect love's help. That is its function. Your part is only to offer it a little willingness to let him remove all fear and hatred and to be forgiven. On your little
translation, to let it. So we're talking about the Holy Spirit, remembrance of oneness, remembrance of perfect love. Let it remove all fear and hatred. And interesting, Sally, because you actually brought up both of those in your piece, didn't you? Let it remove all fear and hatred, and to be forgiven. So forgiven just means and to be released. Remove all fear and hatred. That one is true. So let it. How about remove and release you? Remove and release you from. Remove and release you from all fear and hatred. I think that's a bit neater.
On your little faith, joined with its understanding, it will build your part in the at-one-ment and make sure that you fulfill it easily. And with him and with it, you will build a ladder planted in the solid rock of faith and rising even to heaven. Is the
Heaven is there.
We had it in the in the inspiration of the day, didn't we?
Yes.
The true awareness.
Yeah, nearly there.
Yeah, it wasn't quite stronger than that, isn't it?
I'll leave you to see if you can get it.
I probably won't.
So it's interesting how we forget, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Doing this for a long time, and yet somehow, and this isn't because you're stupid. It's just because the ego doesn't want you to remember.
Yeah.
The word, because the word is a pointer to the truth. So it works on amnesia. It just says, just forget it. Don't remember the language, to the state of pure formless awareness. So it's a state of mind. That's all heaven is. Not a place, not anywhere outside of you. It's a state of mind in your own awareness that can arise if you meet its conditions.
Yeah.
And so this mind training is, well, meet the conditions of heaven by training your mind, letting go of any blocks to the awareness of love's presence. That meets the conditions for this experience to arise.
Nor will you use it to ascend to the state of pure formless awareness alone.
Ascend. What about enter?
Yeah. Or
I think enters a bit more kind of practical and attainable. Ascension. You're like, oh God, ascension. He's asking me to ascend now. No, we'll use it to enter the state of pure formless awareness alone. Simple. So it's just a state of mind. You can enter it at any point if you meet its conditions. And these lessons and the texts are there to help you meet its conditions. Okay, so read it from the top and then do a quick summary.
And never approach the now after you have tried to remove all fear and hatred from your mind. That is its function. Never attempt to overlook your guilt before you ask the remembrance of perfect love's help. That is its function. Your part is only to offer it a little willingness to let it remove and release you from all fear and hatred. On your little faith, joined with its understanding, it will build your part in the at-one-ment and make sure that you fulfill it easily. And with it, you will build a ladder planted in the solid rock of faith and rising even to the state of pure formless awareness. Now will you use it to enter the state of pure formless awareness alone. So I particularly like the first two sentences, well, the first 4 sentences, because it's saying, don't try and purify yourself on your own. Allow spirit to purify you. Our part is to be willing and to ask for help to purify, for want of a better word, ourselves. And we will be surprised by how little effort is required if we commit on that inner level to transformation.
Yeah. I'm going to change this, only to offer it a little willingness, only to be a little willing. Be a little willing. So he's asking for a little willingness. Okay, so just, I don't know how to do this, but there's a part of my mind that does. I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to listen to its guidance. I'm willing to let go of my misinterpretations, my negative thoughts and emotions, and let this process take me and remove and release all fear and hatred.
I would see that as being somewhat willing rather than be a little willing. For me, somewhat willing conveys has a more committed.
All right, to be somewhat willing. Be somewhat willing to let it remove and release you from all fear and hatred. Little willing. So it's just okay, I'm kind of willing. I might not be fully convinced I want heaven, that this and only this. I haven't made any this, but it's a somewhat willingness, a little willingness to really change my mind. I have to be, really spiritual transformation requires that you're somewhat willing. That's all. Not fully willing. The start of it, and by definition, to start with, you're not going to be fully willing. You're still quite invested in the ego's thought system, but there's a crack. There's a willingness, some willingness to do this, and then that willingness grows as you practice and you get the miracles happening, and you go, well, this is actually working, and I'm feeling better. Then your willingness grows, and gradually your willingness increases until the willingness becomes the experience. The willingness takes you fully back into the experience of the whole thing, of knowledge, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And then your willingness has led you back to God. Remembrance of pure formless awareness has led you back to God, step by step, and strengthened your willingness as you go through this miraculous process of at-one-ment that it's directing you on. Build a ladder. So anything else stand out for you there? Quite like that image of the ladder planted in the solid rock of faith. We'll use it to, I see why I used the send there, because he's got the ladder image, isn't he? So maybe we should keep that. To send to heaven, to enter the state of. Should we keep ascend? What do you think?
Yeah, it's nice.
Get to ascend,
to
ascend into the state a sense of being lifted up. So it's a foundation, solid rock of faith. Really what we're doing here is we are changing our fundamental belief system. This is the solid rock of faith. From believing in separation to believing in oneness in a world there's the projection of separation. So this is the foundation of our thought system. And then that solid rock of faith, a corrected mind, our beliefs and our perceptions are corrected, then will help us to rise into the state of pure formless awareness, which is heaven. So we're building the foundation for this ascension, for this climbing out. The analogy is quite a nice one. Solid rock of faith. Same idea as building your house on the rock rather than on the sand. It's like it's planted in there. I'm setting the foundation so that I have a solid base to then progress and ultimately ascend into these very high states of mind. So the state of pure formless awareness is. So laying the foundations. I think that's what we're all doing with this mind training. The lessons and studying the text like this are laying the foundations for this gradual progression, upgrading our mind into an awareness of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which has been so long denied. Okay, any do you want to give a little summary of that? Paragraph 2, John, we'll move on.
I thought I did actually.
Okay, have you?
So a shortened summary would be: don't try and do it yourself. Be willing to give it over to spirit.
Just have a little bit of willingness, really, is what he's saying. Start with a little willingness and spirit will guide you and do the rest. So it's like almost a motivational speaker, teacher saying, look, just give me a little willingness here and you'll see what happens. You don't have to get the whole enlightened thing right away, because it can seem a bit daunting. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and only that. And my mind is so sloppy, as Susie put it, so undisciplined. It can seem to be an overwhelming challenge. We're saying, well, don't go there. Just give a little willingness, moment by moment, to another voice to come in and change your mind in that situation. That's all it takes, moment by moment, a little willingness. Well, you can do that step by step, moment by moment. You can do that. It's not overwhelming. It's not such a grand goal. In this situation, I can just change my mind. I can apply this letting go, and I can find more peace of mind. I can do that. That's all he's asking us for. That's the little willingness he's talking about. Just to keep showing up every day and giving the Holy Spirit this willingness and allowing it to correct your misperceptions of any situation arising in your life. And that will systematically and progressively take us up the ladder back to the state of pure formless awareness or heaven. Okay, happy with number 2?
Yep.
Moving swiftly on then to number 3. Sally, if you want to read, go straight into the grey text below, what was translated as we go.
Through your holy relationship. What do we translate that to?
Fully aware.
Wholly aware relationship, reborn and blessed in every now you do not arrange. Every now you do.
In every moment, I'll say, maybe we just go.
Every moment you do not arrange.
You could say in every now moment. I mean, or was that tautology?
Yeah.
Reborn and blessed in every moment. I think let's just leave it as moment.
Reborn and blessed in every moment you do not arrange. Thousands will rise to pure formless awareness with you.
Yeah, I think should we change arrange to organize?
Not easier.
Because we're trying to organize our life. If you remember in the previous lesson 35, if I defend myself, I'm attacked. He's talking about trying to organize your life, which is planning as a defense against the truth. So in every moment you do not organize. So you're not planning your moments. You're not trying to organize it. You're just letting go into the now and trusting that you'll get the guidance as to what to do in every situation, moment by moment.
So you do not organize thousands, will rise to state of pure formless awareness with you.
Yeah, so the state. So yeah, he's indicating quite clearly that you're not healed alone. When I'm healed, I'm not healed alone. It's today's lesson. He's saying other people will do this for you. As you go into the state of mind, you raise others into the state of mind, and it happens by osmosis. I mean, that I think were you on the session where I talked about the results of that transcendental meditation experiment in Washington D.C. in the summer of 1992.
Yeah.
So they weren't doing anything other than sitting, being peaceful, meditating. Yet that had an impact on the entire city. People changed their minds. There was less crime just because they're sitting in a field of deep peace, and that's kind of radiating through the whole mind of the sonship in that local area. To then on the external profoundly affect on the external level the behavior, that performance outcome based on the collective shift was measurable. We could measure a 25% drop in crime. So that's the miracle in this external aspect. The true miracle was people just going in to this deep peace and healing the whole mind of the sonship through doing that.
I always like to think it's quite a crime-free area where we live, because this is a house of meditation. Trying to take ego credit for it, but you know what I mean. It's just nice to know that this particular area doesn't seem to have crime.
Well, it's interesting how areas, there does seem to be an energy around areas, and it's directed by the consciousness of the people in that area. So crime-ridden areas, there's going to be people inevitably with a lot of fear, a lot of attack thoughts, a lot of judgment, a lot of separation going on, and that area can change by people changing their mindset. So, in New York, when they started cleaning up the city, they really just got people to start taking responsibility and not tolerating the little things. It's so interesting. They had a zero tolerance policy for the little things. So a broken window would be fixed immediately. Graffiti on the wall would be painted over within 24 hours. So those little things couldn't creep in, and that's how they cleaned it up, just by doing the little things. Well, that's really on the external level was symptomatic of what was happening on a mind level, wasn't it? So on a mind level, it's saying we're not tolerating the dysfunction in any way. So as soon as there's a problem and it shows up in the level of form, we correct it by taking some action, and the action was then healing really the broken mind. That's sort of allowing all of this. We don't care enough. We're apathetic. We just allow a broken window. We allow graffiti. And as soon as people started saying, no, we're not going to allow this, we'll fix it straight away, it gave a message to people of that consciousness that they're not welcome in the area. And so they tended to move elsewhere. And they went somewhere else, or they changed themselves. They upgraded and went, actually, maybe if my graffiti keeps getting painted over, maybe there's a better use of my time. Maybe I just won't do that anymore. Or maybe I won't smash the windows because it's not working anymore. The effects of my action are it's getting fixed straight away. And if I get caught doing it, there's a zero tolerance policy. So the cops are going to put me in jail for breaking a window. So this kind of, so then basically what they gave was no space for the ego to come into a neighborhood and start getting a foothold there, and that's the way they turned the New York City around, just by a zero tolerance. So in the same way, if we have zero tolerance to the ego, we say, look, whatever instance, don't tolerate. It's a little bit of fear. Don't tolerate it. Go in, look at it, and let it go. Use every situation to clean your mind. My mind holds only what I think with God. is the standard. Okay, well, if there's anything out of accord with that, then I'm not living up to that, so I need to let it go. And so you become super vigilant, hyper vigilant for the ego's tricks, and just able to quickly see it and let it go. And then you're on the fast track to enlightenment, because every situation is being used for what it's really for, which is your awakening. And that's what he's trying to train us to do here with this all this teaching, to get very, very good at just seeing it straight away. Okay, I see it, and I'm willing to let it go very quickly. Just give it over to the Holy Spirit to be corrected quickly. He's saying, well, like baby steps, start with a little willingness. Start small, and then as you give more and more to it, you'll see that it works in every instance, and you'll be willing to just give it over much more quickly without trying to solve it in your own way. Because okay, well, my way clearly doesn't work. This way works better. I've seen it so many times. So, why am I bothering? Just let it go right now and don't waste time.
So that's a bit like me picking up the rubbish every time I go out, rather than having lots of people walk past the rubbish and go, "Oh, people are so messy."
Yeah.
Bad vibes around the area.
Yeah.
So keeping it clean, everyone's going, "Oh, it's really nice here." So that's a change of mindset, isn't it?
Yeah. So then your action is representative of a shift in the internal. By picking up the rubbish, that simple action, you're really saying the thought system that went into someone chucking the rubbish down, because it's a thought system of I don't really care, is it? I don't care. Someone else can do it. There's a lack of consideration, a lack of love. It's a separation mindset that led to that action. You are really healing the thought system. It's saying, no, there's another way here. So I'm going to pick it up because I do care. And so you're actually bringing healing into that situation on a very micro level. But this is how it happens. Little intentions, little actions, and this is how you change your world. And this is how the world has changed. If everyone just takes little actions, little thoughts, little decisions, followed by little actions, and you keep following that, it takes your life in a very different direction. It's like by degrees you're shifting, 1 degree a day. Okay, well, in the first day you don't really notice it. Second day is not. But if you keep doing that, after a month, you've shifted 30 degrees, and your course is changing from where you were. So that's all. Again, another way of looking at what we're doing here with the mind training. Just shift it by degrees, and over time, the shifts are cumulative. You really do start going ultimately in the opposite direction. You want a 180-degree shift. Okay, well, that's by degrees turning around. If you do it 1 degree a day, that's going to take you 6 months to really change your mind and turn around. And then just to keep going, because set on the right course and not get tempted. You need to keep reinforcing and not listening to the ego's constant attempts to get you to follow its way. Okay, so
number 2.
Have we read the whole thing? Number 3.
I haven't done number 2 yet. Can you plan for this?
Yeah.
Well, could you prepare yourself for such a function? What's it sound? Number 4.
Sorry, I'll just do that from time to time. I don't know why.
Yes, it is possible, because God, a state of pure formless awareness.
So heaven is the state. God is the pure formless awareness of love. It's these are just pointers. Ultimately, it all merges into one. At that level, if you're really there, you're not going to go, oh well, that's God and that's heaven. It's one state of mind. It's a whole experience. The words just point us to it in our separated states. So we have different words to point to seemingly different aspects. But God is like the ultimate. God is the state. God is, and then we rest. It's like that's the state that doesn't change. And then heaven is when we experience that state, it becomes our state. You see? So heaven is the merging of our mind with the pure formless awareness of perfect love. That merging of our awareness with the one awareness is the merging of the Father and the Son. We become one again with our source, which is what this is all about. Knowing yourself, knowledge, true knowledge is that merging. when you have that experience that you are one with this transcendent, pure formless awareness of perfect love. You are that. It is you. There is no other thought. There is no other awareness. Then the game's over. Then you're fully enlightened. In the meantime, we work at it. Okay.
Okay, number 5. Nor will it change its mind, which is awareness, about it. Nor will it change its awareness about it.
Yeah, I think so. It's possible. It's pure wills it, nor will it change its awareness. So the thing with the pure formless awareness of perfect love is, you see, it's just an awareness. That's all. It's just this awareness, and this awareness cannot change. You can't change its mind about anything. It is what it is. It's unchangeable. So our job is to restore our mind to that unchangeable awareness. That awareness is our awareness. There's nothing else. Nothing else is going on. It's our total awareness. Means and purpose. Carry on.
Number 6. The means and purpose both belong to it. You have accepted one, the other will be provided.
Just put it there in the hand, and the other will be provided.
The other will be provided. A purpose such as this, without the means, is inconceivable.
Yeah. So what is he saying there? Without the means to achieve it,
yeah,
the purpose is inconceivable. So the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love. Instead of it, let's do another remembrance. We'll let through your holy aware. Hang on. Reborn and blessed. Sounds all right. Can you plan for this? Could you prepare yourself? Yet it is possible. Pure formless wills it. Okay, so he's talking about God here. Nor will it change its awareness. He's talking about ultimate awareness, God. So the put in, instead of it, pure formless awareness of perfect love will provide the means to anyone who shares its purpose. So yeah, and like very, very encouraging. You share the purpose. You set the intention, purpose for at one moment. So my only purpose here is to know myself. My only purpose is heaven. Heaven is the decision I make. However you want to phrase it, one purpose. Then the means will be provided to anyone who shares its purpose. You'll be given the means because they're there. And once you accept the Holy Spirit's purpose, then it starts providing the means. There's an opening for it to now guide you in the ways of forgiveness, of letting go, to help you to actualize. These Abraham Maslow's words, to actualizing the desire. Yes, I want at one moment. I want only the peace of heaven. Okay, so what are the means? Well, to actualize the desire, I need the means. And this is the at one moment process she referred to here, with all of the various aspects of it, the holy relationship and the now, the holy instant, the holy aware relationship, the remembrance of perfect love's teaching, all the means by which awakening happens. That's the means for this purpose to be fulfilled. And those means are temporarily useful, so they're given to us in this world. They're available, they're accessible, if you set the purpose first. Without that purpose, saying, yes, I this is what I want for my life. I want at one moment and nothing else. Then the means won't come into service, because you're not sure about your intention yet. So much of this course, he's asking us to decide, isn't he? It's a decision. Heaven is the decision I must make. He's asking us to decide for the ultimate purpose, so that the means can then arise for us. Okay, so any thoughts on that? Comments, questions, number 3, or otherwise just give us a quick summary.
Intend the purpose of oneness, choose heaven, and will be guided.
Pretty simple, really. This is not complex. Just make the choice, and the guidance will come, and the guidance gets clearer the more you make the choice for that higher purpose, and then as a means of it to listen to the guidance. You can't really do both and be in integrity. You can't do do one without the other. So you set the intention. That's your purpose. I want enlightenment. Above all else, I want salvation. I want awakening. I want this other reality above all else. Intention. And now, to be in integrity, the behavior must follow. That you must follow the means to do this. So your behavior, your exterior life must fall into line with that fundamental intention. Otherwise, there's massive lack of integrity, and you're going to feel that as cognitive dissonance, and there'll be conflict in your mind and a lack of peace. So this is why it's always working with intention. So set the intention, the behavior will follow intention. You don't have to worry about how this is all going to happen. Don't worry about the how. Leave that to the Holy Spirit. Just worry about setting the why. What's your intention? Why are you here? Establish that clearly, and the how will follow. So that's, again, another way of looking at the flow state, isn't it? Instead of going, oh, I need to find a way to make these outcomes happen so I can be happy, so my state is secondary to the outcome, I'm saying, no, primarily it's my purpose and my intention. And then the behavior, the performance outcomes will come as a result of that. Okay, so want to give a little summary of number 3?
Just did, didn't I? About intended purpose of one.
Yeah, you actually did. Yeah, you did. So, sorry about that.
I did.
That was quite a good, succinct summary. So let's get number 4 quickly. Let's whack it in there. And okay, your turn, I think, John.
Yeah. Happy dreams come true, not because they are dreams, but only because they are happy. And so they must be loving. Their message is, I will be done, and not I want it otherwise. The alignment of means and purpose is an undertaking impossible for you to understand. You do not even realize you have accepted the Holy Spirit's purpose as your own, and you would merely bring unholy means to its accomplishment.
Yeah, let's just correct that. So, remembrance of love, remembrance of perfect loves. Perfect love's purpose is your own.
And you would merely bring unholy means to its accomplishment.
You want merely to bring unholy means to its accomplishment. Unholy is unaware, really. Unaware. You want merely to bring unaware means. You want, so let's say that differently. You want merely to use unaware means to accomplish it. That's what he means.
Yeah.
Accept and remembrance as your own, and you want merely, and you merely want to use unaware means to accomplish it. Do you want to say merely want? You would merely bring unholy means to its accomplishment. Okay. You merely want to use unaware means to accomplish it. And you trying to use unaware means to accomplish it. Okay?
The little faith it needed to change the purpose is all that is required to receive the means and use them.
All is required to, yes, to, how about that? Perceive. To perceive the correct means and use them. Little faith that needed to change the purpose. All that is required to perceive the correct means and use them. So that same little willingness, the little faith, is all that's required to actually perceive what the correct means are and use them. So the means become part of that purpose given to you. And that so often happens. You change your purpose, then the means become evident to do that. So someone has a shift in awareness and they say, okay, I'm done with this. I'm looking for another way. And then the means become evident, and they will find a teacher or a teaching or a practice that then comes into their life to give them the way to do this. That's how it works. So any kind of spiritual shift, transformation, starts with changing the person's mind without really knowing how, and then the how follows from that fundamental shift in mind, from the decision they've made. Okay, so do you want to read it from the top and then summarize it?
Happy dreams come true, not because they are dreams, but only because they are happy. And so they must be loving. Their message is, thy will be done, and not I want it otherwise. The alignment of means and purpose is an undertaking impossible for you to understand. You do not even realize you have accepted the remembrance of perfect love's purpose as your own, and you are trying to use unaware means to accomplish it. The little faith it needed to change the purpose is all that is required to perceive the correct means and to use them. So, summary of that really would be, do not try and interfere with your, do not try and interfere with your purpose, your way. Allow spirit to guide you, and do not allow spirit to guide you and do not interfere.
No. Don't use the unaware means. So the again, integral model. Look at the alignment. The alignment must be there. The behavior, the means, must be in alignment with the intention. And so the way you do things will start to change. If your purpose changes, that changes behavior. That's the most effective way of changing behavior. Start changing purpose. What is this for? What is the meaning? And then the behavior starts falling into line. And so, whereas if you lead in with behavioral change, that never works. Just skills training in the workplace, for instance. Okay, well, we just give people some skills training, but no fundamental change of mind never works, because the people might learn those skills, but they resist them, and they haven't really seen the purpose. And so their purpose and the new means are out of alignment. They still have the old purpose with the new behavior, and the behavior doesn't stick because there's a misalignment. So it always starts with intention, with purpose, and then the means come into the means are shown. Saying the Holy Spirit will just show you the means to accomplish this great task of at-one-ment. And so something like this, a course like this, comes into your awareness. The art of letting go comes up, and you have a means then to meet the purpose. That's how it works. Quite miraculous, actually. Like, wow, that's pretty extraordinary. You think if you had an intention I think both of you did. You had an intention to go deeper into the course, and then the means showed up for you. I mean, isn't that extraordinary how that works? But you had to have the intention first. It was like, okay, yes, I actually want to go deeper into this, and then the means are provided by the Spirit. Okay, so happy with that, John? Happy with that summary?
Yeah, good with that. Yeah,
good with that. Okay, so moving on to number 5. Let's just make sure we get the right thing. So no dream to love your brother as yourself. And then let's get the other one. Sorry. So is it your turn, Sally?
Yeah.
Number 5. Actually, have I got the right one? Sorry, just the version control issues here. Right. So yeah, let's do the bottom one. There's no dream.
It is no dream to love your brother as yourself.
Brother is?
Brother is good question. Where is brother?
Starts with a C.
Creator? No, that's not right. Companion. All right.
Companion. Just takes it out of the gender. Your companion rather than your brother. It can be anyone.
Oh, right.
Mighty companions on the journey back to God.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. It is no dream to love your companion as yourself, nor is your holy relationship.
You're wholly aware.
Wholly aware relationship a dream. All that remains of dreams within it is that it is still a special relationship. Yet it is very useful to the Holy Spirit. Remembrance of perfect love.
Remembrance of perfect love. Yeah.
It is very useful to the remembrance of perfect love, which has a special function here. It will become the happy dream through which it can spread joy to thousands on thousands who believe that love is fear, not happiness. Believe that love is fear, not happiness. No, it didn't go in that one.
Okay, let's unpack that. Become a happy dream through which you can spread joy to thousands on thousands who believe that love is fear and not happiness. So love is actually fear. This is the upside down thought system of the ego. So love is fear. Special relationship works primarily on fear as its basis, doesn't it? Or what do I fear to lose?
Okay, yeah.
So we believe that special love is actually fear is love, and so love is fear. So special love is actually associated with fear and not happiness.
All right, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. So by changing your own special relationship, although you still have the form of it, what he's saying that in the form of it, you still have the special relationship. That person is still in your life. You're not relating to everyone because you can't. You're relating to that person. So the form remains of the special relationship, but the substance of it has changed.
So you're aware of the oneness while you are interested.
Yeah. So you're relating to this person, that you see them as one with you, and the specialness in your mind and in the other person's mind has gone. You no longer go, well, I'm very special to you, you're very special to me, you must meet my special needs. It's all about, getting your needs and expectations and desires fulfilled, and grievances if they're not. It's not about that anymore. You simply look on someone and you go, I see you as you are. I see you as the Christ. I see you as who I am. I see you as me. I am you, you are me. There's no difference. I'm not confused anymore by the false identity of the body and a separate self and the personality. None of that confuses me anymore. I just, namaste. I see you as you are, in your truth, in your pure formless awareness. And as I see that and I recognize it in you, I must recognize it in myself, because I can't be seeing that, perceiving that, unless I'm in that awareness myself, you see. So that's then the reinterpretation by the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love, of this special relationship that was previously used for fear and hatred and attack, and now it's used to see only love, and to confirm to both of you that love is the truth and love is much more powerful than fear, and that can then become an inspiration to others. And the more people do this, our culture is still by and large obsessed with special relationships. This is the norm. But the more people engage in holy relationships, the more that's going to become an archetype in the morphic field that other people can tap into and express in their relationship, you see. So this is how the morphic field works. Once it's there in the morphic field of a species, then it becomes a kind of a thought / behavior pattern, but it starts with thought, that is accessible to everyone who's connected to that. And so they see that, a species of monkey, say, comes up with a new behavior, and then by osmosis, the rest of the species very quickly adopt it, even though they might be on the other side of the world. They'll observe these kinds of effects because it's happening on the mind level. That species is all connected in the morphic field, and so they, that's now a thought in mind that they can access. They can download it, a bit like the Matrix. Remember, in order to get anything, all they had to do is download it. Oh, I need a program to fly a helicopter. Download it. It's already there. All I've got to do is download it. So in the same way, the more people start learning this truth and applying it in things like relationships, the more other people will start to be able to download that and actually live it. Okay, well, actually it becomes easier. If this was default in our culture, it would be very easy. This would be like the accepted norm. All the systems would be aligned towards holy relationships, and it would become a whole lot easier than running counter to the existing thought and the projection of that thought to systems. So he's just saying, you can, by your example, other people can learn. When I'm healed, I'm not healed alone. To refer to today's lesson, you can see how it all ties in. And all these lessons, they really do tie into the message of the text. You can see that it's one thought system. Okay.
Okay, so number 6, are we at?
6, yeah.
Let it fulfill the function that it gave to your relationship by accepting it for you, and nothing will be wanting that would make of it what it would have it be. That's a difficult way of saying it, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why sometimes it's useful to translate. So so let's say, let this remembrance, say it again, let the remembrance of perfect love, so removes one it out of there, let remembrance of perfect love fulfill the function that it gave to your relationship by accepting it for you. Okay, so it gave the function to your relationship, and it will accept it for you, that same function. And nothing will be wanting that will make of it, that would make of it what he would have it be. Nothing will be wanting that would make of it what he would have it be. Okay. In other words, and there will be nothing lacking that would make of there will be nothing lacking that will make, let's put it into the future, there will be nothing lacking will make of your relationship what it wants it. Okay, so read the whole paragraph from the top and we'll see if that all makes sense.
It is no dream to love your companion as yourself, nor is your wholly aware relationship a dream. All that remains of dreams within it is that it is still a special relationship. Sorry. All that remains of dreams within it is that it is still a special relationship.
So shall we put relationship here? Nor is your wholly aware relationship. All that remains of dreams within your relationship.
Yeah, that's better.
Just makes it less itty bitty. In your relationship is that it is still a special relationship.
All that remains of dreams within your relationship is that it is still a special relationship. Yet it is very useful to the remembrance of perfect love, which has a special function here. It will become the happy dream through which it can spread joy to thousands on thousands who believe that love is fear, not happiness. Let the remembrance of perfect love fulfill the function that it gave to your relationship by accepting it for you, and there will be nothing lacking that will make of your relationship what it wants it to be.
Okay, maybe make of your relationship what it wants it to be. Let's say what this remembrance, then it's very clear what it is. Okay, this remembrance. The thing with it, because we're translating it to from he and him, you get lots of it's in it. Capital it, small it, it becomes too itty. Whereas with he, you know, that you can kind of see, okay, well, that kind of makes sense. He, him. But so we just need to introduce the original sometimes. There will be nothing lacking that will make of your relationship what this remembrance wants it to be. Nothing lacking that will make of your relationship with this, you know. So it will all be provided, all be given, whatever this remembrance of perfect oneness wants your relationship to be will be given to you.
Jono and Sally, sorry, I'm going to have to go actually.
Okay.
I've got to go in a second.
Oh, well, we're actually nearly done. We've got 2 paragraphs. So, Sally, can you hang in for 2 paragraphs? Or?
Sorry, I've got to go. 4:30 is my deadline.
Oh, okay. So both of you got to go. All right. Well, thank you. That was nice. I mean, did most of it. And I'll just finish up the last 2 paragraphs in the executive summary on my own, and I'll post it out to the group.
Lovely.
Okay.
Thanks ever so much.
Okay.
Thanks very, very much,
All right.
Jono.
No session tonight. There's a session tomorrow afternoon at the same time.
Yeah. Should
Okay.
see.
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Cheers, Sally. Cheers, Jono.
Bye for now. Okay, so let's just finish this one up. Got 2 paragraphs just to go. Number 6 and number 7. So So I'll just translate it as I go. You feel the holiness of your relationships threatened by anything. You feel the holiness. The holiness is really pure formless awareness. The holy awareness. Holiness. The true awareness. Holiness. The true awareness of your relationship. It's threatened by anything. Stop instantly and offer the Holy Spirit your willingness. You offer the remembrance of perfect love. Be willing. Despite the fear, to let. Remembrance of perfect love. Remembrance of perfect love exchange. This instant exchange. This limited awareness, because that's what he's talking about. The true awareness that you would rather have. It will never fail in this. Whole awareness. True awareness. will never fail in this. But do not forget that your relationship is one. So it must be that whatever threatens the peace of one is an equal threat to the other. And it threatens the peace of one. Yeah, peace of one person, equal threat. And now there's peace of mind. Of joining its blessing lies in the fact that it is now impossible for you or your brother to experience fear alone. Okay, so the power of joining its blessing. And the fact is now impossible for you or your companion to experience fear alone or to attempt to deal with it alone. So never believe that this is necessary or even possible. Yet just as this is impossible, so is it equally impossible the holy instant come to either of you without the other. That the holy instant, that the not the other also experiencing it. True awareness. So in the now, the holy instant is true awareness in the now. Come to either of you without the other also experiencing it will come to both at the request of either. Because we connected, we request it, the other person connected with you will experience it too. So when we're healed, we're not healed alone. As today's one of today's workbook review lessons says. So read that from the top. When you feel the true awareness of your relationship is threatened by anything, stop instantly and be willing, in spite of fear, to let the remembrance of perfect love exchange this limited awareness for the true awareness that you would rather have. It will never fail in this. But do not forget that your relationship is one. And so it must be that whatever threatens the peace one person is an equal threat to the other's peace of mind. The power of joining its blessing lies in the fact that it is now impossible for you or your companion to experience fear alone or to attempt to deal with it alone. Never believe that this is necessary or even possible. Yet just as this is impossible, so is it equally impossible that true awareness in the now come to either of you without the other also experiencing it. It will come to both at the request of either. So saying there that we're threatened by anything, we must let the remembrance of perfect love just correct it. We'll never fail. And remember that relationship is one, so whatever threatens peace of one person is an equal threat to the other's peace of mind. So we recognize that we're connected. Our mind is going to be their mind. It's going to influence their mind. Power of joining blessing lies in the fact that it's now impossible for you or your companion to experience fear alone or to attempt to deal with it alone. So we experience together the dysfunction or the healing. So it's equally impossible. We share in the dysfunction, but we also share in the healing. True awareness in the now, the holy instant, or the now comes to both of us at the same time. So if I experience it, then my companion, whom I'm in a so-called special relationship with, will also experience it. So we suffer together and we are healed together by remembrance of perfect love, is a very short, succinct summary of that paragraph 6. So moving on to number 7, last paragraph. Whoever is saner at the time. This is a great reminder. Whoever is saner at the time. The threat is perceived should remember how deep is his indebtedness to the other. How deep his indebtedness is. Let's switch on the how much gratitude is due him, and be glad that he can pay his debt by bringing happiness to both. Let him remember this and say, I desire this now for myself, that I may share it with my brother whom I love. Desire this now for myself, that I may share it with my brother in my love. It is not possible that I can have it without him or he without me. Yet it is wholly possible for us to share it now. And so I choose this instance as the one to offer to the Holy Spirit, that his blessing may descend on us and keep us both in peace. Let's translate this. Whoever is saner at the time. It is perceived. Remember how deep his indebtedness is to the other and how much gratitude he feels towards her, shall we say. Let's make that personalized. And be glad that he can pay his debt by bringing happiness to both. Let him remember this and say, I desire this now. Only instant. No. Same. I desire this now for myself. So I may share it with my companion. In my love. If possible, I can have it without her or she without me. Let's change the gender of that. Yet it is wholly possible for us to share it now. And so I choose this instant as the one to offer to the Holy Spirit. Its blessing may descend on us and keep us both in peace. Choose this instant as the one and choose this instant as the one to offer to the Holy Spirit, offer to the remembrance of perfect love. And its blessing may descend on us. And keep us both in peace. Send on us its blessing maybe upon us, maybe. So whoever's saying at the time the threat is perceived should remember how deep his indebtedness is to the other and how much gratitude he feels towards her, and be glad that he can pay his debt by bringing happiness to both. Let him remember this and say, I desire this now for myself so that I may share it with my companion whom I love. It is not possible I can have it without her or she without me. It is wholly possible for us to share it now. So I choose this instant as the one to offer to the remembrance of perfect love, so that its blessing may be upon us and keep us both in peace. Amen. So he's saying here is that if there's any threat to our peace, to my peace, whoever's saying at the time, we must remember that this person is actually there to help you, and that they're your mighty companion in this at-one-man journey. So remember how much gratitude you feel towards them, and glad that you can pay your debt by bringing happiness to both. So when you're arguing, when there's a threat to your peace, then remember that you journey together to at-one-man. So remember these simple lines. Let him remember this prayer and say, I desire this now for myself, so that I may share it with my companion, my love. So we must choose it. That is the decision I must make. Desire this now. I desire peace of mind. I desire heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love now, so that I may share it with my companion, whom I love. It is not possible I can have it without her or she without me. that it is wholly possible for us to share it now. And so I choose this instant as the one to offer to the remembrance of perfect love. So that its blessing may be upon us and keep us both in peace. So choose this instant, offer it to the remembrance of perfect love, let go, in other words, and enter into the now. Feel the blessing of the now, the love that comes through in the now, in the moment, and keep us both in peace. And you do that for both of you, you'll find that the results can be quite miraculous. The other person can really shift as well. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the text. And so just the personalized executive summary to do. Key message of the section is that. Right, so what is he saying in here? Starts off with the happy dream. That's the theme. But undoing of what never was. So really the message is in the now moment, you can choose to let go and store your mind and your brother's mind, your companion's mind to holiness. And this will save your relationship and will keep you both in peace. So key message of the section is that in the now, I can choose to let go of anything that disturbs my peace of mind. I'll also be helping to do the same. Also be helping my companion who I'm in a so-called special relationship. I do this and let the other person to join me in this healed join me in the now. what has become. Become in the moment. By doing this systematically, I'm doing my own ego. Belief in separation. Bring the companion to do the same. The wholly aware one and systematically awakening to the awakening to what? To the truth. Awakening to the truth through the happy dream. The happy dream we share. Even though a happy dream. Our lives in this world. Okay, so let's just read that. Key message of the section is that in the now I can choose to let go of anything that disturbs my peace of mind, and in so doing, also be helping my companion with whom I'm in a so-called special relationship to do the same. When I do this, I invite the other person to join me in what has become a healed and wholly aware relationship in that moment. By doing this without exception, I'll be undoing my own belief in separation and helping my companion to do the same, transforming our relationship into a wholly aware one and systematically awakening to the truth through the now happy dream of our lives in this world that we share. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So I'll post that out to the What's It When You Go Club members group, and you can have a read of that. So that brings us to the end of the session, I guess. Thank you for joining today. Thank you for your kind comments as well. See, Susie's posted a nice comment. And Sally said, yes, it was brilliant. So I enjoyed it too. Thank you for joining, those who joined, and those who listened to the recording. Have a listen. Yeah, it's a good one. So that's me signing off for today. Thanks for joining us, everyone listening to the recording, and namaste, which means the holiness, the true awareness in me, acknowledges and honors that same pure formless awareness of perfect love in you.